Chapter 450 Towering Anger. Lu Ming spent the rest of his time searching for intent realms while comprehending the third stage of the Dragon God's three absolutes. Although he couldn't use true Qi on the 100 deities slope and couldn't use the three absolutes of the Dragon God, it didn't hinder his comprehension. As long as he comprehended it thoroughly, he would be able to successfully cultivate it when he left the 100 deities slope. 2 days later. What? As Lu Ming was running, he suddenly realized that there was another young man running in front of him. The young man looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His body looked very strong. It was obvious that he had also seen Lu Ming. His eyes flashed as he continued to run and disappeared in front of him. Looking at his age, he's most likely a Detian divine guard from the previous batch. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This was the first time he had met anyone else after entering the 100 deities slope. Those who could enter the 100 deities slope were definitely not simple. They were either geniuses or had a powerful backer. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and did not think too much about it. He continued to search while comprehending the three absolutes of the Dragon God. The next day, Lu Ming came to a desert with strong winds. In this desert, the wind was strong and fierce. It whistled endlessly, bringing up sand and dust. Lu Ming did not have essential qi to protect his body. He could only channel the force of the wind to resist the strong wind around him. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard the chirping of birds coming from the front. Bird chirping? Lu Ming was stunned. The 100 Gods slope could be said to be barren and deathly silent, so how could there be birds? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the sound and searched. That's the qi. Not long after, Lu Ming stopped and looked at the sky in shock. 100 meters up in the sky, there was a round bead. The bead was green and crystal clear, as if it was made of the most beautiful green jade. On the surface of the pearl, there was a small green bird. It flew around the pearl and let out chirps. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the green bird was not a real bird, but an illusion of the bead. Could this soon be the spirit of a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon giving birth to a weapon spirit. What grade was this spirit weapon? Moreover, the wind concept on it is so dense. This is definitely a supreme weapon. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If he could obtain this kind of spirit weapon, it would have endless uses. Lu Ming approached it carefully. He released the concept of wind from his body, trying to attract the bead. Buzz! Buzz! When Lu Ming got closer, the green bird noticed him. It let out a crisp chirping and sized him up with its big eyes. Lu Ming activated the concept of wind and approached the round pearl. When the little bird came into contact with Lu Ming's concept of wind, it had a friendly look in its eyes. He seemed to enjoy the aura that Lu Ming exuded. Ha, there's a chance. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He exerted more effort to cast the concept of wind. Brat, get lost. This bead is mine. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A burly and tall young man strode over. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one he had met yesterday. The burly young man's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the bead. Immediately after, a concept of wind burst out from his body. The level of mastery was even higher than Lu Ming's. Kid, disperse your wind concept and let me do it. The burly young man rebuked with a commanding tone. Idiot! Lu Ming said indifferently. He could not be bothered with the other party and focused on controlling the concept of wind. At that moment, the bird was basking in Lu Ming's creation of wind. It seemed to be enjoying it. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming with the bead. I've succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The little bird flew towards him, which meant that it had acknowledged him. Damn it! Seeing this, the burly young man shouted angrily, this bead is mine. You want it? In your dreams. Boom. A powerful wind concept rushed toward the bead. Boom! The burly teenager's concept of wind collided with Lu Ming's, creating a violent boom. Lu Ming's concept of wind trembled and dissipated with a bang. The green bird seemed to be frightened. It shrieked, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky with the bead. "Where do you think you're going?" The burly young man roared and bent his legs. The muscles in his body burst out, and his burly figure soared into the sky and grabbed the bead. "Damn it!" At this moment, Lu Ming roared madly. He stomped on the ground and his figure soared into the sky, rushing towards the round pearl. Buzz! Buzz! The little bird shrieked and flapped its wings rapidly. Gusts of strong wind emerged. The little bird and the bead turned into a green light and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming and the burly teenager fell rapidly and landed on the desert, blasting two big pits in the desert. "Damn it!" Lu Ming shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. The bead that was about to be in his hand was destroyed by the burly young man just like that. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. That bead was definitely not a trivial matter. It was a weapon used by an unparalleled expert who had cultivated the wind concept. If Lu Ming could get it and comprehend the wind concept on it, his wind concept would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It was not impossible for him to condense an intent rune in a short time. But now, it was all gone. His killing intent towards the burly young man was obvious. "Kid, what are you shouting for? I haven't even questioned you yet." "Kid, I told you to disperse your wind concept and let me do it, why didn't you do as I said? Now that you've caused me to lose this supreme treasure, tell me, how do you intend to compensate me for my loss?" The burly young man glared at Lu Ming with an extremely gloomy expression, his killing intent flickering. "Compensate you? Ha ha ha." Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He was the one who had discovered it and was about to get it, but it was destroyed by the burly young man. Now, the burly young man actually wanted him to compensate. It was simply laughable. "I'll pay for your head, you idiot. Today, you must die." Lu Ming's gaze was menacing as he strode toward the burly teenager. "Ha, you want to kill me? What a joke. This is the 100 deities slope, where cultivation is suppressed and physical body is superior. My physical body has already reached the upper tier of level 5, surpassing some kings. You want to kill me with just your abilities? You're the one who's going to die." The burly teenager laughed wildly. His muscles bulged as he took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch, aiming at the other party's fist. "You still dare to compete with me? You're looking for death." Shatter! The burly young man revealed a ferocious smile. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist with one punch and let him lie on the ground and wail. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. Kacha! As the burly youth wished, the sound of bones breaking rang out. However, the burly young man's face no longer had any ferocity or excitement, only fear and disbelief. Ah! Then, the burly young man let out a shrill scream. Thunder Cauldron Tribulation. The burly young man's face was completely scrunched up, and it was twisted with endless pain. Bang! Lu Ming's fist was filled with a terrifying amount of energy and it exploded. The burly young man's fist exploded like tofu. The burly young man's body retreated crazily and he let out a hysterical scream. The two of them exchanged a punch. The fist did not shatter Lu Ming but he himself. Now, go to hell. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the burly young man. Ah, what are you doing? What are you doing? The burly young man shouted like a frightened little girl, without any of his previous arrogance. At that moment, there was only fear in his heart. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body had exceeded his imagination. It was definitely above rank 6. His physical body had reached the 6th grade even before he reached the martial king realm. How did he cultivate? What are you doing? Did you not hear that? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's killing intent was like the snow in winter, bone-chilling. No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the Wind Palace's guardian. If you kill me, my father will definitely not let you off. The burly young man roared. Hee hee, there's only the two of us here. How would your father know if I kill you? From the moment you tried to seize the bead, your fate has already been decided. Die. Bang. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The physical body of a upper-tier rank 6 was extremely powerful. With a punch, the air trembled like a falling meteorite, bringing with it a terrifying force as it headed toward the burly young man. No, no. The burly teenager roared, but it was impossible for him to avoid it. He could only wave his other fist in an attempt to block Lu Ming. Kacha! When the two fists collided, the burly young man's other fist also exploded like tofu. Ah, my hand, my hand. The burly young man let out an extremely shrill scream. His facial features were completely twisted together, and tears and snot were flowing down his face. His entire body was trembling, his legs were trembling, and his crotch was wet. He had peed himself out of fear. Regret, extreme regret. If he had known this would be the result, he would not have taken the bead. Initially, he thought that he could suppress Lu Ming with his 5th stage physical body. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, I know my mistake, I know my mistake. The burly young man staggered backward and begged. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying fist force hit his chest. The violent fist force directly penetrated his body and shattered his heart. The burly young man's eyes instantly popped out, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. His face was full of regret, and the next moment, he died. Lu Ming swiped his hand and removed the burly teenager's storage ring. What bad luck. I've run into this guy and let a peerless treasure escape. No, I have to continue chasing. Maybe I can catch up. At the thought of this, Lu Ming took a step that covered dozens of meters and chased in the direction that the round bead had flown in at top speed. This chase went on for thousands of miles. However, there was still no trace of the bead. Hey, my precious pearl! Lu Ming wanted to roar. Then, Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase. However, this time, Lu Ming stopped before he was 100 miles away. Boom! 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 Deafening rumbles sounded in front of them. Endless lightning flashed as if it wanted to destroy the world. There was an ocean of thunder and lightning. The endless thunder and lightning flashed everywhere like lightning snakes. It was extremely terrifying. There was an ancient cauldron floating in the air. It was as large as a mountain, and it was the source of the boundless lightning. In the sky, dark clouds filled the air. Between the dark clouds, there was actually a pool. In the pool, water was constantly flowing down. The strange thing was that the water was blood-red in color. Like the water of the ocean, it flowed towards the huge cauldron. The huge cauldron kept sending out lightning bolts, bombarding the blood-red water flow. However, it was useless. The blood-red water flow kept hitting the huge cauldron, causing it to rumble and shake. The lightning on the cauldron's body was decreasing, and its light was dimming. Tribulation Transcendence, it's Tribulation Transcendence. This huge cauldron is actually Tribulation Transcendence. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming did not know what kind of tribulation the pool in the sky was, he was sure that it was a kind of heavenly tribulation. There were many types of heavenly tribulations. Lu Ming only knew a few common ones. Lu Ming found it unbelievable that a huge cauldron was actually undergoing a tribulation. Boom! 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 The pool in the sky tilted slightly, and endless blood-colored water poured down like a vast ocean. The sky rumbled as it pressed down on the giant cauldron. Clang! The giant cauldron shook, and a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket burst out from its body, trying to repel the blood-colored water flow. Unfortunately, although the power of the lightning was extremely terrifying, the blood-colored water flow seemed to restrain it. The lightning had no effect on the blood-colored water flow. Boom! 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 The blood-colored water stream kept hitting the cauldron, and the huge cauldron kept shaking as if it couldn't take it anymore. This huge cauldron is definitely a supreme treasure, just like that bead. If I can get it, I'll be rich. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably be washed away by the blood-red water, and not even a residue will be left. Lu Ming pondered secretly. He could only stare and feel anxious. At this moment, the cauldron began to shake even more violently, and the lightning it was emitting was getting lesser and lesser. It seemed like it could no longer hold on. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The stone egg that had been hanging on Lu Ming's hair suddenly flew out. It emitted a bright light and rushed towards the pool in the sky. In the process of flying, the stone egg actually became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became bigger than a mountain. A crack actually appeared on the eggshell. It was like a big mouth that bit towards the pool. Boom! 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 The pool seemed to have been disturbed. It shook slightly, and the world rumbled. An infinite amount of blood rushed out of the pool and rushed toward the stone egg. However, the stone egg glowed, and it was completely fearless. It rushed over and appeared above the pool. The next moment, the stone egg bit down. Kacha! Half of the pond was directly bitten off. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth shook violently as if the heavens were angry and were about to face the end of the world. However, the next moment. Kacha! The stone egg opened its mouth and bit, swallowing the remaining half of the pool. The world suddenly became calm. Buzz! The stone egg glowed and shrunk rapidly. It flew back to Lu Ming's hair and hung on it as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and only reacted after a long while. This. What the hell was this? It even swallowed the pool of water where the heavenly tribulation manifested. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Lu Ming widened his eyes and muttered to himself. Although he knew that Dandan was extraordinary, this was indeed shocking. Clang! At this moment, the huge cauldron made a sound and its body shrank rapidly. After a while, it became the size of a fist and flew toward Lu Ming. Comprehending the thunder concept. Buzz! The huge cauldron became the size of a fist and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. The body of the cauldron seemed to be made of bronze, and there were some strange patterns carved on it. The body of the cauldron was densely covered with thunder and lightning, making a clattering sound. It was a lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron hovered in front of Lu Ming as if it was sizing him up. Then, it flew a few rounds around him. Instinctively, Lu Ming's body exuded the force of lightning. Clang! The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and suddenly crashed into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated instinctively, but it was too late. The lightning cauldron crashed into his forehead and disappeared in the next moment. Boom! Lu Ming felt the world shaking and his vision turned black. The next moment, he found himself in a hazy place. The fog was surging all around him and it was boundless. A giant cauldron that was taller than a mountain floated in front of him, and a thunder concept that was as vast as the ocean spread. Is he trying to break into my sea of consciousness? Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the lightning cauldron to rush into his sea of consciousness. Let's talk after we get out. Lu Ming focused his mind. The next moment, his mind left his sea of consciousness and returned to his physical body. As far as the eye could see, it was a desert, and peace had been restored here. Ha! That lightning cauldron actually ran into my spiritual sea. Does that mean it's going to follow me? Also, let's go and take a look at that terrifying thunder concept. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He then focused and returned to the mist-filled area. This place was his sea of consciousness. The lightning cauldron hovered in the air, unmoving. However, the boundless lightning intent continued to surge forth in an extremely dense manner. This thunder mentality is too terrifying. Ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed heartily in his heart. He then called out to the lightning cauldron a few times, but it did not respond at all. Although he did not see the weapon spirit of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was certain that it had a spirit. However, it did not have any reaction at all. It might have been injured by the heavenly tribulation and needed to recover. I don't care anymore. I'll first comprehend the thunder concept. Lu Ming walked to the lightning cauldron and sat down cross-legged, trying to comprehend the vast concept of lightning. The thunder will from the lightning cauldron was too strong. It was dozens of times stronger than the thunder will in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It was also clearer and easier to comprehend. It was as if there was an unparalleled existence teaching Lu Ming the concept of thunder at all times. Lu Ming felt that he was bathing in the ocean of the thunder concept. The power of the thunder was advancing by leaps and bounds. Cool, this is too cool. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He was fascinated by the carefreeness of the rapid improvement. He was even more focused on comprehending it. As time passed, Lu Ming's lightning force was increasing at a terrifying speed. Early, middle, and late stages of mastery of lightning force. In just 5 days, Lu Ming's lightning force had reached the perfect stage. However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. The thunder mentality around him was too advanced. It was definitely not a level 1 thunder mentality. It was many times more advanced than the level 1 thunder mentality that a martial king had comprehended. Comprehending in such an environment, for someone who was still in the form of an aura, the speed of improvement was terrifying. It was like a person making money. When you had no capital, it was difficult to even earn tens of thousands of yuan. But when you have millions or tens of millions, is it difficult to earn tens of thousands? It was not difficult. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, trying to break through the concept. After completing the thunder mentality, the speed of improvement started to slow down. However, it was only compared to before. Compared to others, it was still many times faster. This feels great. I wonder what kind of expert the owner of this lightning cauldron is. It's said that even a martial emperor will die here. Could he be in existence beyond the martial emperor realm? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Surpass a martial emperor? Lu Ming simply did not dare to imagine. In the divine wilderness continent, a martial emperor was the strongest expert. They ruled over a region, their might shook the world, and no one was their match. Was there really an existence beyond the martial emperor realm in the world? Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. No wonder, it said that someone once obtained an inheritance at the 100 Deities slope and later became an expert that dominated the divine wilderness continent. It's really possible. Lu Ming pondered and continued to comprehend. Just half a month later, the lightning force had undergone a qualitative change. It broke the shackles in one fell swoop and transformed from momentum to intent. The thunder mentality. Lu Ming had comprehended the thunder mentality in one go. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to comprehend the thunder mentality so quickly. Now, I've comprehended the thunder mentality of wind, fire, and thunder. What I need to do now is to merge the thunder mentality with the wind and fire mentality. Once the 3 mentalities are completely merged, the 3 absolutes of Dragon God will immediately transform into a heaven-grade upper-level martial technique. Then, my combat power will reach a terrifying level. At that time, how many battles will I be able to fight? 9. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. Legend had it that 9 was the limit. No matter how peerless the divine wilderness continent's geniuses were, they could at most reach the 9th battle. It was impossible to break through. It was like a rule. He was a genius who had fought 9 battles, and according to the legends, he had the potential to become a martial emperor. Lu Ming was really looking forward to it. For the time being, Lu Ming put aside the comprehension of the thunder concept and began to focus on fusing the 3 concepts. Unfortunately, the fusion of 3 intents was too difficult. The difficulty of the fusion of intents would increase greatly with each additional intent. It was even more difficult for him to merge the 3 intents now than it was for him to merge the wind and fire intents. Fortunately, Lu Ming already had experience in the fusion of intents. He could avoid many detours, but he could still fuse them in a short time. As Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the 3 concepts, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly burst out in a courtyard in the Thunder Palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lightning shot into the sky, and dark clouds instantly covered the sky. This time, countless people were alarmed. Heavenly tribulation, that's heavenly tribulation. Someone's going through the heavenly tribulation and is about to break through to the martial king realm. Who is it? It should be Xue Chao. I heard that he went into closed-door cultivation in order to break through to the martial king realm. Amazing. I wonder if he can succeed. Boom. 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 After that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly fire descended, and the punishment descended. Half an hour later, the dark clouds dispersed, and a long howl shook the heavens and earth. Then, a purple figure shot into the sky from the Thunder Palace. He stood in the air, lightning flashing around him, and he was full of a disdainful aura. It's really Xue Chao. He has broken through to the martial king realm. There's another martial king under the Thunder Palace master. I'm so envious. After becoming a martial king, you'll be able to transcend the mortal world and have a lifespan of 1,000 years. I'll have to work hard. A series of discussions broke out in the surroundings. Most of them were filled with envy. Buzz. Qiu Changkong's figure appeared beside the young man in purple. He had a flattering smile on his face. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, you've entered the king's tier. From now on, you'll have 1,000 years of lifespan and enjoy the glory of life. Tempering true origin. Haha, junior brother Qiu, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to step into the king's realm within 10 years. The purple-clothed youth, Xue Chao, laughed heartily and was extremely proud. In the future, I'll still need senior brother's guidance. Qiu Changkong replied. Xue Chao nodded in satisfaction and said, oh right, where's that Lu Ming? I've already broken through to the martial king realm. Killing him will be as easy as killing an ant. I'll definitely find a chance to get rid of him. Xue Chao clasped his hands behind his back, looking as if he was looking down on the world. Lu Ming seems to have gone out some time ago. Qiu Changkong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, he went out. He's lucky, let him live for a while longer. Junior brother Qiu, get someone to keep an eye on him. Inform me as soon as Lu Ming returns. Xue Chao said. Many thanks, senior brother. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. At the 100 Deities slope, Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the 3 types of forces. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Although he had made great progress in the fusion of the 3 wills, he was still a little bit away from being able to completely fuse them. And at this time, the 3-month deadline of the 100 Deities slope was about to arrive. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and rushed out at full speed. If he were to travel at full speed, his speed would be much faster. 2 days later, Lu Ming had left the 100 Deities slope. The moment he left the 100 Deities slope, the essential qi in Lu Ming's entire body instantly recovered. It was like the water of a large river, surging and mighty, reaching the peak of its history. I didn't expect that after being suppressed for 3 months, I would still improve. I've already reached the limit of the 9th tier of the martial ancestor realm. I've also comprehended the will of my wind, fire, and thunder. When I return, I can start to refine my true yuan. Buzz. Lu Ming rose into the air and headed for the Myriad Star City. 2 hours later, Lu Ming entered the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming, that guy, is finally back. A low voice came from the clouds not far away. Then, a figure flashed and disappeared. East Heaven Courtyard. Now, I'll start refining my true yuan with the 3 intents. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. Boom. 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 3 powerful concepts burst forth but disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming controlled the 3 concepts and fused them into his dantian. Bang. 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 Then, the 3 intents struck the vortex as if they were forging iron. The cyclone trembled, and something that looked like sparks flew out. Bang. 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 Lu Ming continued to control the 3 concepts of heaven and earth, bombarding the vortex continuously. There were constantly sparks flying out. They were the impurities in his true qi. Refining true essence was like tempering steel. True qi was like mixed iron, and true essence was like steel. If it was not for the essence realm of heaven and earth, there was no other way to achieve this. At the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, one's true qi was already extremely condensed. It was easier said than done to temper it. This was especially true for Lu Ming, who was at the 9th stage of the true war dragon technique. His true qi had been condensed to the extreme, and the difficulty of tempering was extremely shocking. Fortunately, Lu Ming cultivated 3 types of heaven and earth concepts at the same time. The tempering effect was many times stronger than that of one concept alone. It was not as simple as multiplying by 3. Bang! Bang! The 3 types of heaven and earth intent realms continued to bombard, causing sparks to fly in all directions and rumbling sounds to ring out. At the same time, a series of dragon roars could be heard. Half an hour later, the vortex suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, a crystal-clear liquid-like substance floated out. True origin energy. Ha! I've finally refined a strand of true origin energy. After that, Lu Ming put in even more effort in tempering. After the first wisp of true essence was born, the rest was much easier as more true essence was refined. 2 hours later, the true qi in the qi cyclone and meridians had all been refined into crystal-clear true essence. However, Lu Ming discovered a fact. The amount of essential core was too little. It was less than 1% of the essential qi. From true qi to true essence, it was like momentum to intent. It was a qualitative improvement. True essence was tens or even hundreds of times more condensed than true qi. Of course, it was also many times more powerful. Once true qi was refined into true essence, he could probably only refine 1 portion out of 100 portions. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that his dantian and meridians were empty. Top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming waved his hand and a total of 10,000 to 5,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted. Bang! 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 All 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed. The surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth gushed into the 9-dragon bloodline's mouth like a tidal wave. Then, it turned into essential qi and surged into Lu Ming's body. It replenished the essential qi in Lu Ming's body. Very soon, Lu Ming's body was filled with surging essential qi again. I'll continue the tempering. Then, Lu Ming started the tempering process again. After the genuine qi was transformed into genuine vitality, there was a constant surge of genuine qi from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body was increasing. 1%, 2%, 3%. Very soon, the 5,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were all used up. Lu Ming took out another 5,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. The process of tempering one's quintessential essence consumed a lot of top-grade spirit crystals. Therefore, Lu Ming had already exchanged for them. The tempering was going on madly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had used up all the best-grade spirit crystals he had. At this time, Lu Ming's vital essence had only reached 50%. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Lu Ming had a total of 45,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The amount of energy required for the true war dragon technique is too terrifying. An ordinary person would need 700 to 800 pieces, or at most 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, to complete the task. But I need so much energy. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I need to get a batch of top-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, it was also possible to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish and slowly temper it. However, that would take too long and Lu Ming could not afford to waste it. Top-grade spiritual crystals. How can I get enough of them? Lu Ming thought hard. He had already sold everything he could and exchanged them for supreme spiritual crystals. Now, he really didn't have much left to sell. I obtained some dragon saliva from the dragon's cave. I was planning to keep it to cultivate the true war dragon technique, but now that I've cultivated it to the 9th stage, I can't use it anymore. I can sell it. Also, I can sell the sword-shaped plant I got at the 100 Gods slope. I'm sure I can get a good price for it. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Oh right, there's also that guy's storage ring. He thought of the storage ring of the burly young man he had killed at the 100 Deities slope. He immediately opened it and read it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There were 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and a few other random items that were probably worth more than 1,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. That burly young man was the son of a guardian of the Wind Palace. It was normal for him to have so many top-grade spirit crystals. He was most likely saving them up to refine his vital essence. Now, Lu Ming had taken all of them. Let's go to Qizhenlu. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the mystical treasure hall. Challenging the king. Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard and soared into the sky, heading towards the mystical treasure house. Lu Ming has finally come out of the eastern sky courtyard. Judging from the direction he's headed, he should be heading towards the House of Mystical Treasures. Hurry up and send a message to Senior Brother Shui. When Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard, a young man appeared in the clouds in the distance. He took out a 10,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman and sent a message. Lu Ming did not go at a very fast speed. There were many people in the air. If he went too fast, he was afraid that something might happen. After a long while, the mystical treasure hall came into sight. Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold shout reverberated across the world. Lu Ming frowned and turned around. Behind him, 2 young men were walking in the air. Lu Ming frowned at the sight of the 2 of them. Qiu Changkong, and it's him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. One of them was Qiu Changkong. As for the other young man in purple, Lu Ming recognized him with a single glance. He was the young man who had come to the Mystic Essence Sword to distribute the invitation letter for the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao arrived before Lu Ming in an instant. What business do you have with me? Lu Ming asked indifferently. What business do you have? Ha, Lu Ming, you've forgotten so quickly. 3 months ago, you talked back to the master of the Lightning Palace in front of everyone. That was outrageous. There's no harm in telling you that I am the 3rd disciple of the Thunder Palace Master, Shui Chao. Today, I will seek justice for my master. Shui Chao's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming and berated him loudly. The sound was very loud and spread far and wide, even the people in the mystical treasure hall were alarmed. That's Shui Chao and Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming disrespected the Thunder Palace Master 3 months ago. It seems like Xue Chao is going to find trouble with Lu Ming. Yeah. Lu Ming is arrogant. He's finished this time. Hee, there's a good show to watch. The sound of air being torn rang out continuously, and hundreds of people surrounded the crowd. Seek justice. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He laughed and said, "What a joke." That day, I went to the Thunder Palace according to the normal procedure to listen to the lesson. The Thunder Palace master wanted to chase me away for no reason. How could I not talk back to such an act? There's a saying that if the emperor breaks the law, he should be punished with the common people. So what if he's the palace master of Thunder Palace? He's at fault, why can't I say anything? Impudent, arrogant. Xue Chao shouted, his gaze pressing, "How dare you, Lu Ming? My master is the master of the Thunder Palace. He has made great contributions to the Empery and Heaven Divine Palace and has a respected status. How can an ant like you talk back to him? You still dare to be so arrogant and show disrespect to my master? My master is a broad-minded person. He won't lower himself to your level. However, as his disciple, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my master." Boom! After saying that, Xue Chao's body exploded with an incomparably terrifying aura. The aura was so powerful that it caused the space to tremble. At the side, some people couldn't withstand this aura and retreated frantically. This was the aura of a king, the might of a king. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Back at the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Xue Chao was only a half-step king. He didn't think that after not seeing him for a while, Xue Chao would have already broken through to the king realm. To be able to break through to the king's realm at this age was already very rare. Boom! 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 The aura of a king pressed down on Lu Ming like an ancient divine mountain. Lu Ming's body moved slightly to resist the pressure. Xue Chao is about to make his move. Lu Ming is finished. He deserves it. Lu Ming is so arrogant and self-righteous. I've long expected that I would be at a disadvantage. Now that Xue Chao is teaching Lu Ming a lesson in the name of being a substitute teacher, it's only reasonable. As expected, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. If he wasn't so full of himself and didn't delude himself to cultivate several kinds of intent realms at the same time, he would have already taken the Wind Palace Master as his master. If he had taken the Wind Palace Master as his master, Xue Chao wouldn't have dared to make things difficult for him. You only have yourself to blame. Many people who could not stand Lu Ming gloated and spoke coldly. Lu Ming, kneel down and admit your mistake. I'll spare you. Xue Chao shouted as he took a step forward. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and the space rumbled. Xue Chao's kick seemed to have a tremendous force of 1 billion jin, which was extremely terrifying. With this step, the aura on his body became even stronger. Lu Ming, hurry up and kneel down to admit your mistake. Beg my senior brother to spare you. Qiu Changkong shouted from the side. Qiu Changkong, do you want to die? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong instantly felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp went numb. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Hee, coward. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you're fucking courting death. Qiu Changkong came back to his senses. His face was flushed red as he pointed at Lu Ming and screamed madly. A rabid dog. Lu Ming glanced at Qiu Changkong indifferently, then at Xue Chao. With a wave of his hand, a spear appeared in his hand. Buzz! Pointing the tip of the spear at Xue Chao, he said, enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ha, you want to fight with me? Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Xue Chao laughed heartily. Thunder and lightning surged around his body, and countless lightning bolts revolvered around him, making him look like a thunder god. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Boom! A tall figure suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was so oppressive that everyone almost couldn't breathe. How can we allow you to fight in the vicinity of the mystical treasure hall? If you want to fight, then go to the Divine Guard platform. The tall figure let out a rolling roar. Protector. Seeing this figure, Xuechao's expression was incomparably grave. There were only 3 protectors in each of the 9 great halls of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and each of them was an extremely powerful existence. Although Xuechao had broken through to the Martial King realm, he still had to be obedient in front of the guardians. I'll leave my words here. If you still fight here, I won't be polite. Let's go, the protector said coldly. Then, he disappeared. Damn it, Lu Ming. You're lucky today. I'll let you off for the time being. However, you'll have to leave the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace one day. I'll teach you a lesson then. Xuechao's expression was unsightly as he coldly snorted. I'm lucky. Hee hee, Xuechao, if you want to find trouble with me, you can find trouble with me. Now you want to leave, how can there be such a good thing? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me you still want to fight me? Xuechao sneered. That's right. Xuechao, I'm now officially challenging you. Do you dare to fight against me on the Divine Guard's battle platform? Lu Ming held the long spear and pointed it at Xuechao as he shouted. His voice swept out in all directions like a storm. The scene instantly exploded. What? What? Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge Xuechao. Did I hear him wrong? Crazy, Lu Ming is crazy. Is he blind? Can't he see that Xuechao is already at the Martial King realm? You still dare to challenge me? I think he's too arrogant. He's so young, but he's already gotten carried away with a little bit of achievement. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. He actually dares to challenge a king tier. A sensation. Someone below the king tier dared to challenge a king tier. If he wasn't crazy, he must have eaten a flood dragon's gall. Since ancient times, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn for anyone below a king to challenge a king. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming must have been blinded by his own arrogance. Even Xuechao himself was stunned. Only after quite a while did he react. He said in a daze, What? What did you just say? You want to challenge me? That's right. Could it be that you don't dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said. You don't dare to accept the challenge? Ha ha ha, okay, I accept your challenge. I accept it 10,000 times. Xuechao was practically shouting. He was too excited. He never expected that Lu Ming would challenge him. Was his head stuck between the door? Originally, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace had a rule that king tiers were not allowed to challenge martial artists below king tiers. This was because the gap between them was too great. There was no suspense at all, and it would be a complete torture. Even if a king tier took the initiative to challenge him, any martial artist below the king tier could refuse. Therefore, when the guardian stopped him, he felt helpless and did not take the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. In his opinion, even if he challenged Lu Ming would reject him. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming would actually challenge him. This was exactly what he wanted. Beside them, Qiu Changkong was so excited that he was trembling. Are you looking for death? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming is looking for death. Since that's the case, let's fight on the Divine Guard platform. With that, Lu Ming took the lead and flew towards the Divine Guard platform. Xuechao and Qiu Changkong hurriedly followed after him, as if they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. This is going to be a good show. Hurry up and send a message to junior brother. It's rare to see someone below the king tier challenge a king tier. Quick, I'll also send a voice transmission. The hundreds of people at the scene sent voice transmissions to those they were familiar with, asking them to come and take a look. Then, they followed Lu Ming and the rest as they flew toward the Divine Guard platform. Buzz! The space trembled, and a tall figure appeared. It was none other than the protector from before. Interesting, let's go and take a look. The next moment, the figure disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight as he flew. The reason why he challenged Xuechao wasn't because he was hot-headed, but because he had thought it through. In his heart, he had a crazy plan. He intended to borrow Xuechao's power to fuse the wind, fire, and lightning intents. Yes, he needed external help. In the past, he had experienced the same thing. The reason why he was able to successfully merge his wind and fire forces was because he had borrowed the pressure from Qiu Changlai during his battle with him. He was going to repeat the same old trick. And Xuechao, without a doubt, was a very good target. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill a bunch of ordinary half-step kings with one move. It was not challenging at all. And he had no confidence in challenging those old king tiers. As for Xuechao, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the king's realm. His strength wasn't considered strong among kings, so he was just enough to fight him. Soon, they arrived at the Divine Guard platform. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared on the Divine Guard's platform. Xuechao also followed him down the Divine Guard's platform. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! At this moment, the space suddenly trembled. Then, a few figures appeared in the sky. Hall Master, the Hall Master has arrived. Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, Thunder Palace Master, and Gold Palace Master. 4 Palace Masters have come all at once. It's too rare for a king below king to challenge a king. It's normal for the Palace Master to be attracted here. The arrival of the Palace Masters in the sky immediately caused a series of exclamations. Ha, you guys are fast. A loud laugh was heard, and another figure appeared in the sky. This figure was tall and sturdy. Although he had a head full of white hair, he was still in high spirits. The Palace Master of Earth has also arrived. Someone shouted. 5 of the 9 Palace Masters had arrived, which was more than half of the total number. Disciple greets Master. Seeing the arrival of the Thunder Palace Master, Xuechao revealed a happy expression. He flew into the sky and saluted the Thunder Palace Master. Yes, I already know the whole story. Since Lu Ming is so arrogant, you should teach him a good lesson and let him remember. The Lightning Palace Master said indifferently. Yes, Master. Xuechao's face revealed a look of great joy. Then, he left the fighting ring. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out as figures rushed over from all directions of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace like ants. After a while, more than 10,000 people appeared near the Divine Guard's fighting stage. From this, it could be seen how much of a stir this challenge had caused. Ha, Lu Ming, you should feel honored that so many people have come to see you being abused. Xuechao laughed. We haven't fought yet. I advise you not to be happy too early. If you lose to me, it'll be a big embarrassment. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You defeated me. Ha, Lu Ming, you really came up with this idea. There must be something wrong with your brain. There's no such possibility. Xuechao laughed wildly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He shifted his gaze and suddenly smiled. Xuechao, how about this? Since you're so confident, why don't we have a little wager? A wager? What do you want to bet on? Xuechao's eyes lit up. Lu Ming still wanted to bet on the auspicious item. Wasn't that giving him money? How could he not agree? I'll use this to bet with you. Lu Ming waved his hand and a sword-shaped plant appeared in the air, floating in front of him. As soon as the sword-shaped plant appeared, it released a terrifying sword intent. Buzz! 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 The sword-shaped plant's 9 leaves were like a godly sword. They made a clanging sound and 9 sword lights shot up into the sky. This. Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. Previously, when the sword-shaped plant was on the 100 deities slope, there was no such phenomenon. He did not expect that it would emit such a terrifying phenomenon when it came out. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Around them, the others were also dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What kind of spiritual herb is this? It actually has such a strange phenomenon. What a powerful sword intent. It's too powerful and mysterious. One of the sword techniques I'm practicing is actually showing signs of a breakthrough. Treasure, this is a real treasure. Some people in the surroundings let out excited roars. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the 5 palace masters released even more terrifying energy waves. They all stared at the sword-shaped plant with wide eyes. This is. After the death of a supreme expert, the sword intent did not dissipate. After countless years and by chance, this spiritual herb was born, and it contains a trace of the supreme expert's sword Tao. The Wind Palace Master said in a trembling voice. Treasure, supreme treasure. The Palace Master of Fire said in a trembling voice. How did this kid get such a treasure? I'm definitely going to get it. The eyes of the Thunder Palace Master flickered with intense greed. Lu Ming, how about selling this sword-shaped plant to me? I'll pay 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The Gold Palace Master was the first to speak. 60,000 crystals. I'll pay 80,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The Palace Master of Fire shouted. Lu Ming, I'll buy your sword-shaped plant for 100,000 top-grade spirit crystals. The Wind Palace Master also spoke. 80,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The surrounding people were once again dumbfounded. The battle had not even started, but the Hall Masters had already started fighting for the spiritual herb that Lu Ming had taken out. The price was a terrifying 100,000 spiritual crystals, which made many people's souls tremble. 100,000 spiritual crystals of the highest quality. What kind of concept was that? Many people would not be able to see that many spiritual crystals in their entire lives. Thunder Palace Master stood at the side with a gloomy face. He also wanted to bid, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, he was very eager to get the sword-shaped plant. However, if Lu Ming sold it to one of the Hall Masters, he would have no hope. Seniors. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly cupped his fists at the Hall Masters in the sky and said in a clear voice, Seniors, I will keep my word. I said that I will use this sword-shaped plant as a wager, and I will keep my word. It won't be too late to sell it to you after I win. This. As soon as he said that, the Hall Masters all shook their heads and sighed. In the surroundings, most of the people were secretly scolding Lu Ming for being a fool. The Hall Masters had offered such a high price and he actually did not want to sell it. He actually wanted to sell it after he won. Was that even possible? Isn't Xuechao's luck too good? This Lu Ming is just a hothead and arrogant. He actually wants to win against Xuechao. There's no such possibility. Lu Ming hadn't reached half-step king realm when he was in the Detian Divine Guard exam. Even if he broke through to half-step king realm during this period of time, he still wouldn't be Xuechao's match. The gap between half-step king realm and king realm is too big. Even the most powerful genius would find it hard to cross that gap. That's right. Since ancient times, there have been very few half-step king warriors who could go against the heaven and fight against king warriors. Those kinds of people, as long as they grow up, they will become great figures. In the past 1,000 years, there has only been one person in the eastern region of the Tianxian region who has defied the heavens and defeated a king with the cultivation base of a half-step king. That is the peerless genius from 100 years ago. You mean Yan Kuang too? Of course, who else could it be? He is the only half-step king who could defeat a king in the eastern region of the Tianxian region in the last 1,000 years. He is also the disciple of the Nine Sons Supreme Master. He is now one of the top experts in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. How can Lu Ming be compared to Yan Kuangtu? The difference is too great. However, there was one exception, and that was the Thunder Palace Master. At this moment, he was simply smiling in his heart. Lu Ming actually wanted to use the sword-shaped plant as a prize. Wasn't this clearly giving it to him for free? Thunder Palace Master tried his best to hold it in and almost burst out laughing. Xue Chao, tell me, do you dare to bet? My sword-shaped plant will bet with you for 80,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. Do you dare? If you don't dare, just say it. I will change to another one. Lu Ming shouted. 80,000? Xue Chao was a bit dazed and stuttered. He did not have 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He had just broken through to the Martial King realm, and he had already used up all his best-grade spirit crystals to refine his vital essence. Moreover, even if he had not used all of them, he would not have 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. He was very willing to bet with Lu Ming, but he really could not afford to fork out this sum of spiritual crystals. Chao, make a bet with him. I'll pay for the spiritual crystals. Thunder Palace Master spoke. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring appeared in his hand and he threw it to Xue Chao. Xue Chao was ecstatic. He took the storage ring and said, "Thank you, Master." Thunder Palace Master nodded his head lightly, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This old man is so cunning. The other palace masters cursed in their hearts. Lu Ming, please be my witness. If I win, I'm afraid that someone won't admit it. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the few hall masters. Everyone was speechless again. Did he really think he would win? Lu Ming, you don't have to worry about this. Since the few of us are here, none of you can go back on your word. The Wind Palace Master said firmly. The other hall masters nodded. Then I'll have to thank the hall masters. Lu Ming said. Then, he looked around and his gaze landed on a young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. This person was the leader of the 4 divine guards, Xing Wushuang. Xing Wushuang, since you're here, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming looked at Xing Wushuang and said. You still want to bet with me? What are we betting on? Xing Wushuang's eyes were also fixed on the sword-shaped plant. He looked away unwillingly and looked at Lu Ming. Of course it's on who will win, me or Xue Chao. I'll bet top-quality spiritual crystals on myself. I'll bet less on you, just 30,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. Do you dare? Lu Ming said with a smile. Why not? I'll bet 30,000 crystals on Brother Xue's victory. Xing Wushuang waved his hand and a huge jade box appeared. After opening it, supreme-grade spirit crystals were arranged neatly inside, emitting dense heaven and earth spirit qi. Whoa, this Xing Wushuang actually has 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He's really rich. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, where are your top-grade spirit crystals? Take them out. Xing Wushuang said. What's wrong? Xing Wushuang, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Lu Ming said with a smile. How could he have 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals? There were only 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals, which he had obtained from the burly young man's storage ring. He didn't have it. He was just trying to gain something without anything. I don't think you'll dare to renege on your debt. Xing Wushuang snorted. Lu Ming, are you done? Xue Chao said coldly. I'm done. You can start now. Lu Ming looked at Xue Chao and smiled faintly. This attitude made Xue Chao furious. Wait, I'll make you cry. Xue Chao's eyes revealed killing intent. A powerful aura burst out from his body. His entire body flashed with lightning as a powerful thunder concept exploded out. Lu Ming, I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Xue Chao let out a long hiss, his imposing manner was wild. He clenched his fist in the air, and bolts of lightning gathered in his hand, forming a sword of lightning. Thunder slash. Chi La. Xue Chao took a step forward and his lightning sword slashed down at Lu Ming. The might of a martial king was exuded in full force. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom. Lu Ming moved and kicked forward. A terrifying power spread out. The two forces collided and Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. But Xue Chao didn't move at all. He's defeated. Lu Ming is going to be defeated. The difference is too great. That's right. Xue Chao should not have used his real power, but Lu Ming was completely outmatched and was sent flying with one move. You're so arrogant with this little combat power. I'm really speechless. A wave of discussion immediately broke out in the surroundings. Lose. Xue Chao roared, his eyes incomparably cold. He pounced on Lu Ming like lightning. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom. Boom. This time, he took 2 steps. The space shook violently. The two terrifying forces overlapped, becoming several times stronger as they surged towards Xue Chao. Boom. A powerful force spread in all directions, and lightning flashed. Lu Ming and Xue Chao were both sent flying backward. They were evenly matched. Face slapping. CSI. This time, gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming could actually block Xue Chao's attack. How was this possible? Lu Ming was too powerful. This was heaven-defying. Damn it! Xue Chao bellowed in anger. He felt that he had lost all face after Lu Ming blocked his attack. A martial king expert would usually crush anyone below the rank of a martial king, regardless of whether they were a genius or not. This was because those who could break through to the martial king realm were peerless geniuses. Those who were not talented would find it difficult to break through to the martial king realm. Moreover, those who could break through to the martial king realm usually had to go through at least 3 battles. In other words, even the weakest of the martial kings could only win 3 battles when they were still martial grandmasters. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also World War II geniuses who had broken through to the martial king realm, but there were too few of them. He was already a genius, and on top of that, there was the natural chasm of a martial king. It was too difficult to cross it. Now, Lu Ming had actually blocked one of his moves. It was unbelievable. A heaven-level martial arts technique. The power of Lu Ming's move is already equivalent to a heaven-level martial arts technique. The Palace Master of Fire said with bright eyes. Not bad. I didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to cultivate a heaven-rank martial art technique even before he reached the martial king realm. He's indeed very talented. Although it's barely the first stage of a heaven-rank lower-level martial art technique, it's already very rare. The Wind Palace Master also nodded. Of course, the words of the Hall Masters were not concealed and spread far and wide. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Lu Ming had cultivated a heaven-level martial arts technique. No wonder he could block Xue Chao's attack. Even among the lower-level martial kings, there were many who had not cultivated a heaven-level martial skill. Xue Chao, didn't you say that you would defeat me in 3 moves? Now that you've made 2 moves, there's still 1 more move left. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're looking for death. Xue Chao bellowed. Boom. An even more powerful aura suddenly rushed out of Xue Chao's body. True essence filled his body like a tsunami. True origin and intent realm made Xue Chao's aura reach the peak. This was the true strength of a martial king. However, this was not the end. A lightning sword flew out, extremely bright. 6 Silavira chakras were circling the combat sword. Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. Xue Chao was going to unleash his full power. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. If you can't withstand this move, you'll die. You've brought this upon yourself. Purple electric sword of destruction. Xue Chao let out a long howl and charged towards Lu Ming like a thunder god, slashing out a terrifying sword light. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian, which had already been converted into 50% essential core, and started to circulate it crazily. Then, the wind and fire intense soared into the sky. True Dragon Strike. A two-colored true dragon flew out with a roar. The roars of the dragon shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! The two-colored true dragon and Xue Chao's thunderbolt battle sword heavily collided. The Divine Guard's fighting stage let out a violent roar and kept shaking. The terrifying force and intent realm exploded in all directions. Everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. The hall masters waved their hands and a light curtain formed, blocking the force. Boom! The light on the Divine Guard's platform dissipated. A figure took 9 steps back, each step causing the platform to rumble. It was Lu Ming. As for Xue Chao, he was also forced to take 3 steps back. Heavens! Everyone was staring at the two figures on the fighting ring in a daze. It was obvious that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, everyone was not shocked by Xue Chao's power. On the contrary, they were shocked by Lu Ming. Xue Chao had already used all his strength, yet Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. He was only at a slight disadvantage and even forced Xue Chao to retreat a few steps. How was this possible? Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Nest, what did I just see? I'm going to witness a miracle. A half-step king can actually block the attack of a king and even push him back. This is crazy. In that case, doesn't that mean that Lu Ming already has the combat strength of a king? My god, this is too shocking. In the surroundings, many Tian Divine Guards were so excited that their faces were flushed red as they shouted. Even the palace masters were shocked. Wind and fire intense. This is the fusion of the wind and fire intense. Lu Ming clearly had not comprehended the intense before this. Now, he has comprehended both intense. This speed is too fast. The Wind Palace Master said in an extremely shocked manner. Cultivating 2 elements at the same time and being able to comprehend 2 types of force to the level of intent in such a short time. This kind of talent is really too shocking. The Palace Master of Fire also sighed. This was especially so for the Wind Palace Master. He recalled that he had previously advised Lu Ming to give up on the fire concept. After being rejected by Lu Ming, he was filled with displeasure and thought that Lu Ming was arrogant and stubborn. Now that he thought about it, his face was a little hot. Lu Ming used the results to tell everyone that he was not arrogant or stubborn. He had the talent to cultivate 2 concepts at the same time. On the side, Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the crowd, Shen Wushuang's face turned even uglier. He was the first person to berate Lu Ming like an elder. He said that Lu Ming's future was limited and he could not be compared to him in the future. However, the truth was that Lu Ming cultivated 2 concepts at the same time and his speed was still terrifying. He was much faster than many people who cultivated 1 concept. In such a short period of time, both of them had comprehended intent. This was simply a slap to his face. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Shen Wushuang, what do you think of my wind and fire will? Lu Ming looked at Shen Wushuang with a smile as if he had sensed his gaze. I was just lucky. Besides, so what if I've comprehended the wind and fire essence? He's still going to be defeated. Shen Wushuang sneered. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Lu Ming, go to hell. On the fighting ring, Xue Chao roared. He felt like he was going crazy. He was a martial king, but he had been forced back by a half-step king. This was a great humiliation. From now on, he would become a laughingstock among the king tiers. Since ancient times, how many kings had been forced back by half-step kings? He would be recorded in history. Therefore, he was furious and hateful. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming, how can you stop me with your wind and fire mentality? Purple lightning sword of destruction, kill, kill, kill. Xue Chao roared, his killing intent surging like the tide. True essence gushed out, lightning flashed, and sword chi tore through the air. It was sharp and terrifying. With such a powerful battle power, normal half-step kings would be able to kill a large number of them with one sword. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary half-step king. If the wind and fire essences aren't enough, then I'll add another one. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom! Then, another essence realm of heaven and earth rushed out of Lu Ming's body. Bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder concept. As soon as the thunder concept was released, the world and all directions became silent. Space and time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at Lu Ming. Even the 5 palace masters and the dozen guardians were unable to control their emotions and widened their eyes. Just this bit of strength? Hiss hiss hiss. Then, gasps were heard. What's that? Thunder concept. Oh my god, oh my earth. Lu Ming has actually cultivated the thunder mentality and he has successfully comprehended it. 3 intents? How is that possible? I've never seen him use the thunder mentality before. This is too heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. He's cultivating 3 wills at the same time and he's improving so fast. How are others supposed to live? In the past, who said that Lu Ming was arrogant, conceited, and stubborn? He must have been blind. Lu Ming clearly knows his own limitations and his talent. That's why he cultivated 3 concepts. If he only cultivated 1 concept, that would be a real stubborn and waste of talent. Su, lower your voice. That was said by the Wind Palace Master and the Lightning Palace Master. The Lightning Palace Master even asked Lu Ming to get out of the Lightning Palace and not let him listen to the class. Ah. Oh no, he couldn't have been heard, right? But I'm telling the truth. Cough cough. In the sky, the Palace Master of Wind coughed dryly, embarrassed. Ha, it seems like I was wrong. The Wind Palace Master laughed and did not get angry. However, Thunder Palace Master was different. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. That day, he berated Lu Ming and asked him to get out of the Thunder Summit, saying that he was not qualified to listen to his lessons and that he would not have any achievements in his life. He even used his aura to suppress Lu Ming. But how long had it been? Not only had Lu Ming cultivated the wind and fire concept, but he had also cultivated the thunder concept. This was equivalent to Lu Ming giving him a tight slap across his face. Damn it, damn it. Little bastard, this old man said you're a good-for-nothing, so you should be a good-for-nothing for the rest of your life. You actually dare to cultivate to this level? You're clearly going against this old man and embarrassing me. You deserve death. You deserve death. Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely sinister. The moment Lu Ming's concept of thunder was unleashed, it shook the entire place and set off a monstrous uproar. Even Xue Chao himself was incomparably shocked. He retreated a few steps and even forgot to attack. Lu Ming's aura was wild. The 3 concepts were entangled together. He held the spear in one hand and walked towards Xue Chao step by step. Xue Chao, bring out your full strength. I'm really disappointed that you only have this little bit of battle strength. Lu Ming berated. Lu Ming, do you think you can fight me just because you've unleashed 3 intents? Naive, die. Xue Chao managed to calm himself down, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, he must kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too strong, and it made him tremble with fear. As for Chiu Changkong, his face had long since turned pale. 1,000 purple lightning sword slash. Xue Chao bellowed and raised his strength to the peak. He slashed out with his combat sword, sending countless thunderbolt sword chi towards Lu Ming. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming cast the second move of the three wonders of the dragon god. Wind, fire, and lightning, the three intents merged together and pierced out with the spear. Dragon roars were heard as countless small two-colored true dragons flew out and attacked the sword chi. That's right, it was only two colors because the thunder mentality hadn't completely merged with the wind and fire mentality. Although he did not merge them, the addition of the thunder concept still greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Boom! Boom! The lightning sword chi collided with the two-colored true dragon and exploded like fireworks. In just a few breaths, thousands of explosions were heard. Kill! Kill! With two loud shouts, Lu Ming and Xue Chao shuttled through the surging energy tide and collided heavily. Boom! Boom! The two of them kept clashing. The sword chi and the spear radiance shot up tens of thousands of meters into the sky, stirring the clouds. At the scene, everyone held their breath and watched the battle between the two in a daze. It's not enough, the pressure is not enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Although Xue Chao was slightly stronger than him, it was very limited. It was very difficult for him to give him enough pressure to fuse the wind and fire forces. Xue Chao, is this all you've got? Martial King. I think you're the trashiest Martial King, aren't you? If I were you, I'd just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming shouted, his voice filled with disdain. Everyone was speechless. Although Xue Chao had just broken through to Martial King not long ago, he was definitely not the worst Martial King. One had to know that Xue Chao himself was a terrifying genius. During the martial arts grandmaster era, he was a four-battle genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Thunder Palace Master as a disciple. Even if he was a four-time warrior of the martial arts grandmaster stage, he would not be the worst after breaking through to the Martial King stage. His combat strength would not be too weak either. However, in Lu Ming's words, he was the worst Martial King. Thunder Palace Master's lips trembled in anger. As for Xue Chao, he was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. From the start of the battle until now, Xue Chao knew that he was destined to become a laughingstock. However, he still had a chance. As long as he defeated Lu Ming, he could at least save some face. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, Lu Ming, you're the one who forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Xue Chao roared. Soon after, his finger glowed and a medicinal pill appeared. He swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! After Xue Chao swallowed this pill, the true essence in his body went berserk as if it had gone mad. It became turbulent and surged, becoming twice as strong as before. Kill! Xue Chao's eyes were bloodshot and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He held the thunder sword in his hand and charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. The strength of his primeval essence had doubled, greatly increasing Xue Chao's battle strength. Clang! Lu Ming and Xue Chao exchanged a blow. He felt a surge of violent energy surging towards him and his body could not help but retreat. What a powerful force! Ha, this is just right. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. However, the scene was in chaos. That's an explosive yuan pill. Xue Chao actually consumed an explosive yuan pill, how despicable. Explosive yuan pill. Once consumed, one's Jin Qi will go berserk and double its previous strength. However, the side effect is also very strong. After the medicinal effect wears off, one's Jin Yuan will become impure and even become dispirited. There will be a long period of weakness, and one will need to pay a considerable price to recover. Especially for someone like Xue Chao who has just broken through. The explosive yuan pill is equivalent to a poison pill. If it's not handled properly, the path of martial arts in the future can be considered to be cut off. He's been forced into a corner. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Thunder Palace Master, Xue Chao has already broken the rules. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master looked at the Thunder Palace Master and said with an ugly expression. Violation? How is it against the rules? Before the competition, there was no rule that forbade the use of external forces. Thunder Palace Master said with a cold face. You're really despicable. The Palace Master of Wind was furious, but he was also helpless. Indeed, before the competition, who would have thought of this? Who would have thought that Xue Chao would use external forces? Everyone thought that Xue Chao would win for sure. They were not worried that Lu Ming would use external forces, which was considered good. Die, you little bastard, die. In the crowd, Shen Wushuang growled. This battle was not only related to his reputation, but also to 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He naturally paid special attention to it. Boom! At that moment, the battle on the fighting ring continued. With the help of the explosive Yuan pill's medicinal power, Xue Chao frantically attacked Lu Ming. Die, die! Xue Chao bellowed, his hatred for Lu Ming seeped deep into his bones. Lu Ming cheated. Of course, he was very clear about the side effects of the explosive Yuan pill. He had never thought of taking it. The explosive Yuan pill was meant to be used to save his life at a critical moment. However, he had no other choice because of Lu Ming. Today, he had to win. He had no way out. If he was defeated, not only would he lose all his face, but he would also lose 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. For him, 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure that he could not afford. Therefore, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. He could not wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Boom! Xue Chao wielded the thunderbolt sword in his hand and charged towards Lu Ming in an extremely violent manner. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear. Three concepts intertwined as he engaged in a great battle with Xue Chao. Boom! Boom! The fighting ring kept shaking as intense spread and true Yuan shot out. Lu Ming cultivated the true war dragon technique and had already reached the 9th level. He had 10 times the essential qi. Although he had only converted 50% of it, and the other half was still his true qi, it was still a bit obscure to circulate, so he couldn't use his full strength. However, it was still not inferior to Xue Chao's true yuan. In terms of intent, the 3 types of intent combined still could not compare to one that had been condensed into an intent rune. However, with the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, the difference in power would not be too great. That was why Lu Ming was able to fight Xue Chao. However, after Xue Chao swallowed the explosive Yuan pill, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was even more excited. Yes, this is the feeling, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He exerted the 3 concepts to the extreme. The 3 concepts intertwined together and kept clashing with Xue Chao. He could feel that the thunder mentality was merging with the wind and fire mentality. Although it was slow, it was indeed merging. Ha! Fight! 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 Lu Ming howled madly, unleashing all the strength in his body to resist Xue Chao with all his might. However, he was still at a complete disadvantage and was suppressed by Xue Chao's violent attacks, his figure constantly retreating. In the eyes of others, this was not the case. They did not know Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's completely suppressed. That's right. Right now, he's only putting up a last-ditch struggle, but he won't be able to resist for long. Once he's defeated, he'll have to face Xue Chao's storm-like attacks. At that time, I'm afraid he'll be defeated and killed. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat right now. It's already an honor to be able to fight a king tier to this extent. In the past 1,000 years, only Yan Kuangtu from 100 years ago was able to do this. That's right. If Lu Ming can maintain this momentum, his future will be limitless. It would be a pity if he were to die in the hands of Xue Chao. By now, there were more and more onlookers. There were already more than 20,000 people. Even one of the 9 palace masters had come. Some were gloating, while others were worried for Lu Ming. I'm certain that Lu Ming will be defeated and killed within 20 moves. Someone said with certainty. Very soon, 20 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on, although the situation did not look good. Cough, cough. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so tough. His will to live is supporting him, but it's useless. This time, he will be defeated after another 30 moves. The person who had said that Lu Ming would be defeated and killed within 20 moves coughed a few times and made his comments. Very soon, another 30 moves had passed and Lu Ming was still standing strong. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Lu Ming will definitely be defeated and killed within 50 moves. The man kept coughing awkwardly, but his mouth was sharp and he came to a conclusion. The people around him looked at him with disdain and kept their distance. Lu Ming did not know anything and would not pay attention to it. Now, all his thoughts were on the 3 concepts. Almost, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Boom! All of a sudden, the 3 intents let out a loud boom. Then, with a loud boom, they actually merged into one. The fusion was a success. The wind, fire, and thunder intents had finally fused together. When the 3 intents were successfully combined, the power of the Dragon God's 3 absolutes would automatically evolve from heaven grade low rank to heaven grade high rank. In other words, Lu Ming now had the power of the 3rd stage of the heaven level superior martial arts technique. Roar! A 3-colored true dragon flew out with a deafening dragon roar. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. How could this be? What's going on? Xue Chao was shocked. Bang! Bang! The lightning sword radiance that he had unleashed with all his might crumbled like trash in front of the 3-colored true dragon. The 3-colored true dragon pounced over and clawed at Xue Chao's body. Xue Chao let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew far away. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and his body rushed out. The long spear lashed out and hit Xue Chao's body. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and Xue Chao's body was sent flying along the fighting ring. After flying for over 1,000 meters, he lay on the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched non-stop, and he was already half dead. In the audience, everyone's eyes were about to explode. They were tongue-tied and looked on in a daze. Hey, was I hallucinating because I was staring at you? I actually saw Lu Ming suddenly explode and beat Xue Chao half to death. Don't you think it's funny? No way. You saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. It can't be true, right? 1 was seeing things, 2 were seeing things, but not all 3. I fucking saw it too. Nest, no way. Is this real? Are we dreaming? Lu Ming suddenly exploded and won. How is this possible? How is this possible? That's right. He was clearly being suppressed earlier. How did he suddenly win? Could he be cheating? Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. It was simply incomprehensible. In the end, he could only think that Lu Ming had cheated. Cheating! Lu Ming, you bastard! You're despicable. How dare you cheat in the middle of a great battle? Qiu Changkong flew out and shouted hysterically. Lu Ming had actually defeated Xue Chao, a king. Qiu Changkong could finally accept this. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Qiu Changkong. What did you just say? You cheated, but you don't allow others to talk about it. Preposterous. Tell me, what method did you use to cheat? Tell me the truth, there are so many people here, including the various palace masters, how can you be so presumptuous? Qiu Changkong roared. Qiu Changkong, don't go too far. Even Xue Chao was able to use the explosive yuan pill, so it wouldn't be too much even if Brother Lu used some tricks. Jian Fengyun flew out from the crowd and shouted. In his heart, he was inclined to believe that Lu Ming had used some means. However, if Xue Chao could use the explosive yuan pill, why couldn't Lu Ming use some means? He's definitely not using any ordinary means. It's a despicable and shameless method. Qiu Changkong refused to let go of Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming, this battle doesn't count. Our bet is off. Shen Wushuang also shouted. Cancel it. Shen Wushuang, you want to renege on your debt after losing? Do you think you can deny it? Hand over the best spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked at Shen Wushuang coldly. Fainting from anger, vomiting blood. Shen Wushuang's face changed as he shouted, Lu Ming, what are you doing? You were the one who used improper means first. Nonsense. Die. Lu Ming shouted. He moved and clawed at Shen Wushuang. Today, I have to hand it over even if I don't want to. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. You. Lu Ming, don't think that I'm afraid of you. It's just a cheating method. Kill. Shen Wushuang roared as a shocking aura exploded from his body. Shen Wushuang was very close to the martial king realm. Whether it was the refinement of his vital essence or the comprehension of his will, he was very close to the martial king realm. In particular, his combat strength was also very terrifying. He had actually reached the level of a 5-battle genius. The sword-shaped mark between his brows glowed, and an iron sword flew out into Shen Wushuang's hand. With a slash of the sword, a vast sword gleam filled the world and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. 3 types of concepts were entwined around Lu Ming's claws. The power was terrifying. The sword gleam that Shen Wushuang had slashed out was like a bubble in Lu Ming's hands. He crushed it with a pinch. Lu Ming's claw did not stop moving. He grabbed Shen Wushuang's neck. With a squeeze, majestic vital essence and the wind, fire, and thunder concepts gushed into Shen Wushuang. He could not resist at all. Lu Ming grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a chick. Bang! Lu Ming threw Shen Wushuang's body onto the fighting ring like a toad. Boom! It was as if the fighting ring had been hit by a meteorite, causing a violent roar and shaking. Kacha! Kacha! An ear-piercing sound was heard. It was the sound of Shen Wushuang's bones breaking. Shen Wushuang's body hit the fighting ring and bounced up high. Then, he fell down again. He bounced a few times like a rubber ball before he stopped. Blood spurted out of Shen Wushuang's mouth like it was free. This. The people around them felt their teeth ache and their backs turn cold. Lu Ming was too violent. He started a fight just because of a disagreement. Most importantly, Shen Wushuang, the so-called number 1 genius of the 4 heavens divine guards, could not even last one move against Lu Ming. He was like a real chick that could not put up any resistance. But the 2 of them were clearly at the half-step king realm. This was too shocking. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. Not far away, Qiu Changkong was trembling in fear. His face was drained of blood, and he almost peed his pants. Even Shen Wushuang could not withstand a single move from Lu Ming. If they were to deal with him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. What number 1 genius of the 4 heavens divine guards? He's just a piece of trash. How can such a trash be on par with me? Lu Ming glanced at Shen Wushuang indifferently and said in disdain. Puchi. This infuriated Shen Wushuang so much that he spat out more blood. Hall Masters, Lu Ming has gone too far. He used despicable methods to defeat Xue Chao. He must be severely punished. Shen Wushuang shouted in pain. Enough. The Wind Palace Master shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the entire place. Lu Ming, he did not cheat. The Wind Palace Master continued. Everyone was stunned. He didn't cheat. How is that possible? He was clearly at a disadvantage earlier and was about to lose. If he didn't cheat, how could he burst out with such a powerful force and defeat Xueqiao in one move? How is this possible? Shen Wushuang shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming did not cheat, which meant that he had to lose 30,000 best-grade spiritual crystals. Are you doubting my words? The Wind Palace Master's eyes turned cold as he looked at Shen Wushuang. Shen Wushuang felt cold all over and shouted, No, I don't dare to question the Hall Master. It's just that this matter is too strange. Lu Ming must give a reasonable explanation. Reasonable explanation? The logical explanation is that Lu Ming had a breakthrough during the battle. The Wind Palace Master said coldly. With that said, he looked at Lu Ming again, a gentle smile immediately appearing on his face. He was deeply amazed as he said, Lu Ming, in the battle just now, you've successfully fused the three intents of wind, fire, and lightning, right? The Hall Master's eyes are really sharp. Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that he would not be able to hide this from the Hall Masters. Recently, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Then, I met this Xueqiao who wanted to find trouble with me. It just so happens that I'll use him to practice my skills. I didn't expect that I would really break through in an instant. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Xueqiao. At this moment, Xueqiao had already sobered up a bit. He struggled to get up, but after hearing these words, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, screamed, and fell to the ground unconscious. That was anger. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. It turned out that the reason why Lu Ming challenged Xueqiao was to use him for cultivation. Most importantly, it was one thing to use him for cultivation, but to make such a huge bet with him was too unkind. But at the same time, they were also shocked by Lu Ming's talent. Different intents couldn't be fused together just by a casual battle. If it were that simple, everyone would have gone to cultivate. This was all because of Lu Ming's abnormal talent. I. On the fighting ring, Shen Wushuang opened his mouth but could not squeeze out a word. What about me? Where are the spirit crystals? Take them out quickly. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Lu Ming walked to Shen Wushuang's side and looked down at him. I. Shen Wushuang was on the verge of tears as his lips trembled. 30,000 spiritual crystals was almost all of his wealth. He had saved it to refine his vital essence and break through to the martial king realm. How could he bear to do that? Previously, he agreed to bet with Lu Ming because he thought that he would definitely win. He could earn 30,000 spirit crystals for free. Why not? If he had known that he would lose, he would not have gambled. He looked at the various palace masters in the sky with a pleading look. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Give it. The Wind Palace Master said coldly. Shen Wushuang's body trembled even more. He took out the jade box unwillingly and stared at it with a reluctant look. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade box away. He scanned it with his mind and found exactly 30,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, not a single piece missing. It's only 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. It's not a big deal. Do you have to put on such an expression? Lu Ming said casually and kept the jade box in the Supreme Shrine happily. He felt extremely comfortable. Shen Wushuang was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and his body trembled. Lu Ming's words were too infuriating. What did he mean by, what a big deal? That was 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals, not 30,000 lower spiritual crystals. Shen Wushuang's face was pale and he was in a state of extreme sadness. In the past, he was so high and mighty. He looked as if he was giving advice to the world and gave Lu Ming advice like an elder giving advice to a junior. He said that Lu Ming was not worthy to be his opponent in the future and that his achievements would be limited if he cultivated several concepts at the same time. But how long had it been? In front of Lu Ming, he was like a pug that could be toyed with at will. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply comical. Chapter 461 Everyone wants to take a disciple. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply comical. Lu Ming was not someone he could guide. How could he be compared to her? Back then, he said that the gap between him and Lu Ming would grow wider and wider. He was right. It was just that Lu Ming was far ahead of him. Everyone looked at Sheng Wushuang and shook their heads. Sheng Wushuang was just born at the wrong time. It was not that he was not strong, but Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming glanced at Sheng Wushuang indifferently and then turned away. He moved and appeared in front of Xue Chao. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Xue Chao has already been defeated, do you dare to make another move? In the sky, Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Who said I'm going to continue? I just want to get the prize for my win. Lu Ming smiled, then with a flick of his finger, a stream of quintessential essence entered Xue Chao's body. Xue Chao cried out and woke up. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he screamed in fear, Lu Ming, you. What are you trying to do? Lu Ming was speechless. He pursed his lips and said, Xue Chao, you've lost. Hand over 80,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Hurry up. 8. 1. I. At this moment, he even wanted to die. Previously, he had the same thoughts as Sheng Wushuang. He had agreed to bet 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals because he thought that he would definitely win. He had never expected that he would actually lose. 80,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. Xue Chao had never had so many supreme spiritual crystals in his entire life. This was what his master had lent him, so he definitely had to return it. His heart trembled, and he cast a pleading look at Thunder Palace Master. Thunder Palace Master's eyes flickered a few times and he turned his head. At the scene, there were 5 Palace Masters, not just him. If he was alone, it would be easy to handle. However, with so many Palace Masters present, he did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Xue Chao, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Seeing that your master is useless, just give me the spirit crystals. The Wind Palace Master's indifferent voice sounded. Xue Chao's body started to shiver. His face was deathly pale as he took out a storage ring. It was the one that the Thunder Palace Master had given him. Lu Ming received it with a smile. He scanned it with his mind and after confirming that there was no mistake, he kept it. Thanks, I've been lacking crystals recently. Lu Ming smiled and added. He was overjoyed. It had only been a short while, but he had already obtained 110,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. It was so easy to earn these spiritual crystals. It was even faster than robbery. Now, Lu Ming had enough spirit crystals to temper his essential core. And Xue Chao was so angry that he almost fainted. Lu Ming, are you willing to be my disciple? I won't ask you to only practice one kind of mentality. You can practice as many as you want, and I'll only be responsible for teaching you the wind mentality. How about it? The Wind Palace Master suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect the Wind Palace Master to suddenly ask him to be his disciple here. Lu Ming, I'm willing to take you in as my disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple? My conditions are the same as Old Man Feng's. I won't restrict you from cultivating any other intent. I'll only teach you the intent of fire. At this moment, the Palace Master of Fire also spoke. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Ming in a daze, their faces filled with envy. The Wind Palace Master and the Fire Palace Master had actually spoken at the same time, wanting to take Lu Ming as their disciple. Furthermore, they would not interfere with his cultivation of other intents. In other words, Lu Ming could have a few people as his masters at the same time. In this way, Lu Ming would be able to acknowledge the Wind and Fire Palace masters as his masters at the same time. How could they not be envious? It was extremely difficult for ordinary geniuses to acknowledge a hall master as their master. However, there were actually a few hall masters who wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple. However, on second thought, it was normal. The talent that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. His future was limitless. If they could take him in as their disciple, their line would definitely flourish in the future. Besides, the Palace Master of Gold and the Palace Master of Earth were also very tempted. Unfortunately, the concepts that they cultivated were not in line with Lu Ming's. Naturally, they could not take Lu Ming as their disciple. They could only look at the Wind and Fire Palace Masters with envy. Look, even Lu Ming is stunned. He must be so happy that he is stunned, right? Some people said sourly. At this moment, Lu Ming was not in a daze. He was thinking and hesitating. Yes, Lu Ming was hesitating. The benefits of being able to acknowledge the two hall masters as his masters were self-evident. Not only did he have two more powerful backers, but if he could get guidance from the two hall masters on the wind and fire concepts, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours. Lu Ming was very tempted by these 2 points. However, Lu Ming had some concerns. Lu Ming had too many secrets. Not only did he cultivate God-level cultivation techniques, but he also had God-level martial techniques, the bloodline of the 9 dragons, and even the Supreme Shrine. There were some secrets that couldn't be seen through, but if he were to acknowledge them as his master and spend time with them, it was hard to guarantee that the hall masters wouldn't notice if they were too close. At that time, these secrets would be exposed, and he would be in danger. As long as he exposed even one of them, it was hard to guarantee that the hall masters would not have evil intentions and kill him to take his treasures. Lu Ming had to consider this. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Wind Fire Palace Master. Thank you, Hall Masters, for your kindness. However, I once had a master and I swore that I would never take anyone else as my master. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lu Ming made up a reason at the last minute. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and clamored. What? Lu Ming actually rejected it. He actually rejected it. Nest, I didn't hear wrong, did I? The 2 hall masters want to take him as a disciple at the same time and don't interfere with his other intent realms. Isn't this too infuriating? Heavens, he doesn't want this opportunity. Give it to me, just give me half of it. Many people shouted. However, no one said that Lu Ming was arrogant now. If it had been before today, if Lu Ming had rejected the 2 hall masters' kind intentions, there would definitely be a bunch of people who would stand up to scold him, saying that he was overestimating his own ability, arrogant, and did not respect the hall masters. But now, even if there were people who thought so, they did not dare to come out and criticize him. They were afraid that after a period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation would improve greatly and their faces would be smack swollen. The Wind and Fire Palace Masters were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to reject them. Lu Ming, why don't you reconsider? The Palace Master of Wind said. I am very grateful for Palace Master Feng's favor. However, I have made an oath and I cannot go against it. Otherwise, I will become an ungrateful person who disrespects my master. Lu Ming cupped his fists again. Seeing this, the Wind Palace Master knew that Lu Ming had made up his mind and sighed. It would be a pity to miss out on such a good material. Beside him, Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with joy. Good, good. Lu Ming, if you've acknowledged Old Freak Feng and Old Freak Hua as your masters, then things would be difficult. But now, you've actually rejected them. Ha, you're the one who's looking for death. Thunder Palace Master laughed in his heart, but his eyes were extremely sinister. Selling the sword-shaped plant. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and everyone was in high spirits. Was Lu Ming going to change his mind? Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and the sword-shaped plant reappeared in the air. Its 9 leaves, which looked like divine swords, burst with dazzling sword intent, stirring the wind and clouds. The wind, fire, and gold palace masters' eyes lit up as they stared at the sword-shaped plant. I'm willing to sell this sword-shaped plant to you, seniors. Lu Ming said. Alright, ha. Lu Ming, I'll offer 120,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The Wind Palace Master immediately said. It was 20,000 more than the 100,000 he had offered previously. I'll give you 150,000 top-quality spirit crystals. This sword-shaped plant is mine, so don't fight with me. The Palace Master of Gold Palace said. Don't fight with you. Old man Jean, you wish. Let me tell you, this sword-shaped plant is mine too. The Wind Palace Master said coldly, not giving in at all. Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming, that little bastard, he wants to sell this sword-shaped plant. Damn it, this sword-shaped plant is mine. Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart, and his eyes were burning with fire. He was initially planning on how to get his hands on Lu Ming's sword-shaped plant. However, if Lu Ming were to sell it to other hall masters, his hopes would be dashed. He was also very interested in the sword-shaped plant. He wanted to bid for it but he could not bring himself to do so. Even if he did, Lu Ming would definitely not sell it to him. His killing intent toward Lu Ming grew stronger. The palace masters were in a heated argument. Among the 5 palace masters, except for the Earth Palace Master, the others were all sword practitioners, and they all wanted the sword-shaped plant. Seniors, please listen to this junior. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke again. His clear voice could be heard from afar. The few hall masters quietened down and looked at Lu Ming. Hall masters, this junior has a suggestion, is it possible? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, tell me. The Wind Palace Master said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Hall masters, I don't want to sell this sword-shaped plant for so many supreme spiritual crystals. Just like the wager just now, I'll only sell it for 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. However, I'm not selling it to one person. I'll sell it to all of you at the same time. In this way, all of you can study it together in the future. Isn't that better? How many people will comprehend it together? The palace masters were stunned for a moment. After some thought, they nodded. I have no objections. The Palace Master of Fire said. I don't have any intent either. Old Jean, what about you? The Wind Palace Master looked at the Gold Palace Master. Since you all have no objections, I naturally have no objections as well. The Gold Palace Master also said. Alright, then I'll sell it to the Wind, Fire, and Metal Temple Masters at the same time. The 3 temple masters only need to pay a total of 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming smiled. He had directly ignored Thunder Palace Master, which made him grit his teeth even more. Lu Ming, 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals is too little. This sword-shaped plant can easily be sold for more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the market. How about this? The 3 of us will each offer 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals. That's a total of 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals to buy this sword-shaped plant. Palace Master Feng said. Alright, let's do that. The 2 hall masters, Fire and Gold, nodded. Then, the 3 of them each took out 40,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, totaling 120,000 pieces, and handed them to Lu Ming. Many thanks to all the seniors. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He handed the sword-shaped plant to the 3 hall masters. Ha, Lu Ming, even if you didn't acknowledge me as your master, if you have any questions regarding the creation of wind in the future, you can come to me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. The Wind Palace Master was obviously in a good mood after getting the sword-shaped plant. Lu Ming, if there's anything you don't understand about the fire concept, you can come to me. The palace master of fire laughed. The others were so envious that they were about to go crazy. Lu Ming's treatment was too good, right? Ahem, Lu Ming, if you're suddenly interested in the creation of metal in the future, you can come to me. I'll definitely teach you with all my heart. The Gold Palace Master let out a few dry coughs and said. Hey, old monster Jean, don't mislead the disciples. The Wind Palace Master glared at the Gold Palace Master and shouted. However, at the next moment, he thought of Lu Ming's abnormal talent and immediately shut his mouth. Who could guarantee that Lu Ming would not be interested in the creation of gold in the future? Thank you, Palace Master of Gold. If Lu Ming wants to comprehend the creation of gold, I'll have to trouble you, Palace Master Jean. However, Lu Ming still answered with a serious look. This made many people speechless. Could it be that Lu Ming really had his eyes on the creation of gold? Please, you've already comprehended 3 types of intent realms, alright? Many people were already too tired to complain. Then let's go. The Wind, Fire, and Gold Hall Masters chuckled. They couldn't wait to go back and study the sword-shaped plants. With a move, the 3 Hall Masters disappeared. Take your senior brother and come back with me. The Thunder Palace Master looked at Qiu Changkong and snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and disappeared. Qiu Changkong hurriedly brought Xue Chao along and left. Then, the Palace Master of Earth and the other guardians left one by one. A soul-stirring challenge rarely seen since ancient times had come to an end. Lu. Brother Lu, it's been a while since we last met, but your achievements have been unforgettable. Jian Fengyun sighed as he flew toward Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you're too kind. Lu Ming was just lucky. If you're free, why don't you come to the Eastern Sky Courtyard? Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming acknowledged that Jian Fengyun was a man who valued relationships and loyalty. He had also spoken up for justice just now. Good. I have some questions about martial arts that I'd like to ask Brother Lu. Jian Fengyun's eyes flickered as he said. Then, the 2 of them rose into the air and flew toward the Eastern Sky Courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming left, the others also quickly dispersed. The news of this battle spread like a whirlwind. When Lu Ming and Jian Fengyun returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, they sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming took out a pot of wine and the 2 of them chatted as they drank. During this period, Jian Fengyun consulted Lu Ming in detail about the problems from force to the comprehension of intent. Lu Ming had comprehended 3 kinds of concepts at the same time. He had a very deep understanding of the problem of advancing from force to concept. He told her everything he knew and his experience. After hearing this, Jian Fengyun's eyes lit up and his face lit up. He had obviously gained a lot. 2 hours later, Jian Fengyun finally bade farewell and left. Continue to refine your true yuan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with excitement. This time, he had obtained a total of 230,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals he had obtained earlier, he had a total of 240,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He was simply getting rich. Bang! Bang! Immediately, Lu Ming took out 5,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and exploded them all. He then began to refine his vital essence. As the days passed, Lu Ming's essential core percentage increased. The scheme of Thunder Palace Master. 3 days later, in a large hall in the Thunder Palace. Master, it's all because I'm useless. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Master. Xue Chao knelt on the ground, his body trembling. The recovery ability of a king was extremely terrifying. In 3 days, Xue Chao's injuries were almost completely healed. However, the side effects of the explosive yuan pill weren't so easy to heal. His face was still pale and his breathing was unstable. Beside Xue Chao stood Qiu Changkong, who was as silent as a cicada in winter. The master of Thunder Palace sat at the very top. His face was extremely gloomy, and his body emitted waves of killing intent. You are indeed a piece of trash. You are a king, yet you lost to a half-step king. You have lost all face for your master. Thunder Palace Master's cold voice resounded. The killing intent from his body became even more intense, causing Xue Chao's body to tremble even more. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. After a while, Thunder Palace Master's voice sounded again, however, you can't be blamed entirely. Lu Ming, that little bastard's talent is indeed rare in the world. He far surpasses the average genius. I was also shocked. Master, are we just going to let that bastard Lu Ming off and let him continue to be so arrogant? Qiu Changkong said unwillingly. Of course not. Lu Ming, that little bastard, won't live for long. Thunder Palace Master laughed eerily. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao's eyes lit up. Qiu Changkong hurriedly said, Master, are you going to kill that bastard Lu Ming personally? Foolish. The palace master of the Thunder Palace berated, causing Qiu Changkong's face to turn pale. Lu Ming, that little bastard, is very smart. A few days ago, he sold the sword-shaped plant to Old Man Feng and the others at a low price. It looked like he suffered a loss, but in fact, he made a big profit. At the same time, he won the favor of the 3 palace masters. Now, those 3 old men are very fond of Lu Ming. If I do it myself, not only will I be a laughing stock, but the 3 old men will also make trouble for me. Why would I do such an unwise thing? Thunder Palace Master said. Master, how do you plan to deal with Lu Ming? Xue Chao asked carefully. It's been some time since Lu Ming joined the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. Everyone who has joined the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards for a period of time must complete a mission for the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace. This is the responsibility of every Empyrean Sky Divine Guard. Thunder Palace Master slowly said. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao's eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to tamper with the mission this time? Xue Chao asked. Hee, that's right. When the time comes, I will arrange a special mission for Lu Ming. As long as he dies during this mission, no one will suspect him. Even if they suspect him, they have no reason to find trouble with me. Thunder Palace Master laughed coldly. Master is wise. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao were overjoyed. They bowed deeply to the Thunder Palace Master. Yes, Zhangkong. I know that you have an old grudge with Lu Ming. The matter in your hometown, the Blazing Sun Empire, has yet to be completely resolved. After Lu Ming has accepted the mission, you should return to the Blazing Sun Empire and settle the matter there. Chao, go with Zhangkong and assist him. Thunder Palace Master ordered. Many thanks, Master. Qiu Changkong was naturally overjoyed, and he bowed to the Thunder Palace Master to express his gratitude. However, in the next moment, he revealed a worried expression and said, Master, Lu Ming is a lucky guy. He can always turn danger into safety. I'm just worried that if he's lucky enough to survive and finds out that I've returned to the Blazing Sun Empire to deal with his friends and family, he'll go straight to the Blazing Sun Empire to kill. Now, Qiu Changkong was terrified of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming did not die and he knew that he had gone back to deal with his family, he would really be finished. A look of disappointment flashed across the Palace Master of Thunder Palace's eyes when he saw Qiu Changkong's cowardly appearance. He snorted coldly. Are you doubting your master's arrangements? Qiu Changkong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Your disciple doesn't dare, your disciple doesn't dare. Alright, let me tell you. I've already arranged everything perfectly. While Lu Ming is carrying out his mission, I'll think of a way to let him know that you've returned to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family. If he's lucky enough to survive and return to the Burning Sun Empire, he'll be dead for sure. Thunder Palace Master laughed complacently. It turns out that Master had already made arrangements. This disciple was overthinking. Master's strategic planning, this disciple admires. Chiu Changkong was overjoyed, and he immediately began to flatter the man. Ha, alright, just wait for the news. As long as Lu Ming accepts the mission and sets off, you can set off too. Thunder Palace Master laughed complacently. Lu Ming was still continuously tempering his essential core. It had already been 7 days. This time, Lu Ming had been tempering for 7 days. In 7 days, Lu Ming had used up a total of 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. After spending 50,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming had finally converted his vital essence to 99%. In his body, 99% was vital essence and only 1% was essential qi. However, no matter how much Lu Ming tempered the last 1%, there was no effect at all. As expected, I need to break through to the Martial King realm before my Jin Yuan can reach 100% completion. Lu Ming sighed. Those below the Martial King realm could not even temper their true Yuan to 100%. Although it was only a difference of 1%, the difference in power was huge. 100% represented perfection. It was as smooth as 1, and there was no obstruction in its operation. 99% meant that there were impurities, and the circulation and explosion of true Yuan would not be smooth. There would be obstacles. Now, as long as I can condense an intent rune from one intent, I can break through to the Martial King realm. Lu Ming pondered. As long as he could break through one of the 3 concepts, Lu Ming would be able to step into the Martial King realm. After reaching the Martial King realm, it would be easier to cultivate the other 2 intents. Let's start with the thunder concept first. Ever since the lightning cauldron flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, he felt as if he was bathing in the ocean of the lightning concept. He was constantly gaining new understanding of the lightning concept. The thunder concept had simply advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, among the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder, the thunder concept had become the concept that Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of. Lu Ming closed his eyes and his consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the huge lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron had not been moving at all during this period of time. It was only constantly emitting a powerful lightning concept. Lu Ming immediately began to comprehend. His comprehension of the thunder concept continued to deepen, and he was getting closer and closer to being able to form concept runes. As long as one comprehended a certain intent to a certain extent, one could materialize this intent and condense it into an intent rune. In the blink of an eye, another 8 days passed. Half a month had already passed since he challenged Xue Chao. On this day, a deacon came to the eastern sky courtyard. The inscriptions in the courtyard responded. Lu Ming opened his eyes from his cultivation. Then, he walked out of the eastern heaven courtyard. Lu Ming, I'm the deacon of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's mission hall. You've been in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace for some time now. You must complete a mission for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The deacon of the Hall of Mission said. Contempt. So it's time for a mission. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was naturally aware of the rule that he had to complete a mission after entering for a period of time. I wonder what the mission is. Lu Ming asked. That's good. After cultivating for so long, he also wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Ming, given your ability, the mission this time is a 2-star mission. Of course, if you feel that it is too difficult, you can withdraw from the mission. However, once you complete the 2-star mission, the reward will be unusually generous. The emissary from the Hall of Mission said. Emissary, can you let me see what the mission is? Lu Ming asked. Alright, the contents of the mission are in this jade token. Take a look. The emissary from the Hall of Mission waved his hand and a jade token appeared. It flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took the jade card. With a thought, the contents of the jade card appeared in his mind. After a long while, Lu Ming nodded and said, I'll take on this 2-star mission. And NBSP. The emissary from the Hall of Mission smiled and said, "Well, you're not the only one who's taking this task. There are several others. Tomorrow morning, you go to the mission reception hall in the Myriad Star City and meet them. Let's set off together." With that, the emissary from the Hall of Mission turned and left. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and thought about the contents of the mission. The so-called two-star missions were usually completed by the second-rank Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. The second-rank Empyrean Sky Divine Guards were basically Martial King realm experts. Originally, Lu Ming was a level 1 Empyrean Heavens Divine Guard and should not have taken on two-star missions. However, considering the combat strength he had displayed previously, it was normal for him to take on two-star missions. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to take on a challenging mission. To Lu Ming, a one-star mission was not challenging at all. Furthermore, the reward after completion was very low. It was a pure waste of time. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the thunder concept in his sea of consciousness. A day passed by quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Ming left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, he went directly to the mission reception hall. When Lu Ming walked into the mission reception hall, he saw 3 people gathered together. Of the 3 people, one was a young woman of about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite good-looking, with graceful curves and was very beautiful. In addition, there was a skinny man in his 50s, and the last man was a burly man in his 30s. All 3 of them held a Task Jade card. Lu Ming took out the Task Jade card and channeled Essential Qi. Buzz! The Task Jade plates trembled slightly and glowed on their own. At the same time, the Task Jade plates in the hands of the 3 people also trembled slightly and emitted light, resonating with Lu Ming's jade plate. "It's them." Lu Ming smiled and walked up to him. He cupped his fists and said, "The 3 of you, are you also going to the northern Liang Mountain to investigate the extermination of the 2 sects?" "Not bad." The burly man in his 30s stood up and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He frowned when he sized Lu Ming up. "What? The 4th person is you. You're just a half-step king, how could you receive a 2-star mission?" Suddenly, the woman called out. Her tone was filled with contempt. Lu Ming frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm indeed a half-step king, so I can't take on 2-star missions." "Huh, what a joke. Kid, do you know what a 2-star mission represents?" A 2-star mission is a mission that can only be accepted by a martial king. The 3 of us are all 1st-level martial kings and 2nd-level Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. Moreover, a 2-star mission is dangerous even for martial king realm martial artists. You're just a half-step king realm, and you dare to take a 2-star mission. Are you looking for death? I really don't know what the Hall of Mission is thinking. Why would they assign a piece of trash to do this mission? The young woman looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and said loudly. Hee, is the 1st level of the martial king realm very impressive? Lu Ming's face darkened and he sneered. Level 1 martial king realm is nothing, but I can kill you with one move. Kid, I advise you to get lost. The young woman said. Alright, Huang Jing, stop talking. The burly man shouted at this time. The young woman seemed to be quite afraid of the burly man. She snorted coldly and closed her mouth, no longer saying anything. The burly man revealed a smile and said, Little brother, I'm sorry. Huang Jing's temper is a bit short. Please don't take offense. Lu Ming sneered and did not say anything. The burly man continued, but little brother, to be honest, this mission is really not something you can accept. Did the Hall of Missions make a mistake? I advise you to go back to the Hall of Mission and apply for a new mission. No need. I've already confirmed this mission. It's suitable for me. Lu Ming said. Suitable for you? Let me tell you, if you're not a king, then you're just an ant. Kid, you can shamelessly follow us, but let me tell you, when we encounter danger, we won't help you. Don't even think about dragging us down. The young woman sneered. Hee, don't worry. I'm afraid you'll be a burden to me. Lu Ming was at loggerheads. What's the use of a sharp tongue? The young woman snorted coldly and walked to the side, not saying anything. All right, if that's the case, then let's set off together. But little brother, if you really do encounter danger, you'd better run away quickly. We really won't be able to take care of you then. The burly man said. Don't worry. Lu Ming said. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's quintessential essence had been converted to 99%. His thunder mentality was also constantly improving. The strength of his combat strength had increased by another level compared to the battle with Xuechao more than half a month ago. Lu Ming was confident that he was not weaker than some of the veteran kings. The burly man laughed bitterly and helplessly. He really did not know where Lu Ming got his confidence from. Then, the burly man began to introduce, I'm Su Zhong. Then, he pointed at the skinny man in his 50s who had not spoken a word and said, this is Song Ku. Lu Ming cupped his fists and nodded at Song Ku. You know the name of the last person? Little brother, how should I address you? Su Zhong asked. Oh. When Lu Ming was about to introduce himself, he was interrupted by Huang Jing. You don't need to introduce yourself. You won't live long anyway. Huang Hing coldly, Huang Jing said. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to introduce them and just stood aside. All right, let's go. Su Zhong came out to smooth things over. Then, the four of them left the mission reception hall, rose into the air, and headed north of the Myriad Stars city. Their mission this time was to head to the northern Liang Mountain and investigate the murder of a sect higher-up. During this period of time, there were a total of 2 sects in the northern Liang Mountain. The higher-ups of the martial arts grandmaster and above were innocently slaughtered. The strange thing was that after the incident, their corpses all disappeared. Moreover, both sects had a Level 1 martial king realm expert in charge. Chapter 465 Strange. Even with a martial king realm expert on guard, he was still slaughtered. The culprit must be a martial king realm expert. Their mission was to find the person who did it and take him down or kill him. The northern Liang Mountain was located in the northern part of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. It was a total of 13 million miles away from the Myriad Star City. However, with their speed, they arrived in just 3 days. First, they had to go to the largest city in the Bailiang Mountain area, the Bailiang City. There was a base of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in Bailiang City. There were already 2 second-rank Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards here to investigate. Their first priority was to meet up with these 2 second-rank Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards and understand the situation. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, not all of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were young geniuses like Lu Ming and the others. There were also many older members of the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. It could be said that there were people of all ages. The purpose of the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards that was held every 5 years was to recruit geniuses with talent and potential and nurture them. Without a doubt, these young Ditian Divine Guards were treated much better. However, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would also recruit some Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards through other methods every year. As long as one's identity was clear and one's strength was sufficient, one could join the Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards. There were no requirements in terms of talent. On the other hand, these Ditian Divine Guards were not treated as well as Lu Ming and the others. They also had lessons from the Hall Master. They had to rely on themselves to complete various missions for the Ditian Divine Guards in order to obtain various rewards. Su Zhong and Song Ku were both Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Lu Ming speculated that Huang Jing should be the same as him, a genius who had participated in the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Looking at her age, she should have been from the previous batch. Soon, a desolate ancient city appeared in front of them. The ancient city was very majestic and filled with the aura of time. The 4 of them flew in and arrived at the base of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. They also successfully met the other two Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The other two people were a white-haired old man and a bald man in his 40s. The two of them exuded a powerful aura. One could tell that they were martial kings with one look. This bald man should be at the same level as Su Zhong, a peak level 1 martial king realm. He's the strongest among us. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Brother Su, you've finally come. When the bald man saw Su Zhong, he laughed and cupped his hands. Brother Wang. Su Zhong also cupped his fists. The bald man's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest, and his expression changed. Brother Su, what happened? Why is there a half-step king realm kid following you? The bald man said. Su Zhong laughed bitterly. I'm not happy with you, Brother Wang. This little brother is also here to complete the mission. What? He's also here to complete the mission. Are you kidding me? A mere half-step king is here to seek death. Don't drag us down. The bald man shouted. Brother Wang is right. I told him to get the hell back to the Hall of Missions and cancel the mission, but he was so stubborn and insisted on following us. He's the one who's looking for death. We'll just ignore him when the time comes, said Huang Jing coldly from the side. Forget it. If he wants to follow us, then let him. Anyway, we won't have the energy to take care of him when the time comes. The bald man said and did not look at Lu Ming again. They really look down on us. Lu Ming touched his nose. However, he also knew that it was normal for kings to look down on martial artists below kings. He could not be bothered with them and sat down on a stone bench at the side. Brother Wang, how's the situation? Su Zhong asked the bald man about the situation. This time, the Sky Cloud sect and the Illusionary Sword sect were attacked. All the warriors above the martial Grandmaster realm from the two sects have disappeared. Not even their bodies were left behind. I'll take you to the two sects to take a look first and then I'll tell you in detail. The bald man said. Alright, then we'll set off immediately. Su Zhong nodded. The group of 6 headed towards Sky Cloud sect. Sky Cloud sect was built on a cluster of peaks. The clouds were misty, and the peaks were surrounded by cranes. It was a magnificent scene, like a fairyland. Many palaces and pavilions were built on the peaks, and people were coming and going. Lu Ming felt that Sky Cloud sect was at least 10 times stronger than the Mystical Sword sect. Thinking about it, with a martial king in charge, it was already equivalent to a medium-sized empire. How could it not be strong? But now, Lu Ming could not sense any powerful aura in this sect. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. A few beams of light flew out from Sky Cloud's sect. These were a few martial arts Grandmaster realm warriors. These martial arts Grandmasters were not in the sect on the day of Sky Cloud's sect's incident. That's why they managed to escape. The bald man explained. Soon, they appeared in front of the crowd. Junior greets Senior Wang and Senior Lu. The Sky Cloud sect Grandmasters quickly saluted the bald man and the white-haired elder. And, these 3 are also king tiers from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The bald man pointed at Su Zhong and the other 2, ignoring Lu Ming. Greetings, 3 seniors. The Grandmasters from Sky Cloud sect saluted him respectfully, their hearts trembling. To think that so many king tiers had come all of a sudden. This caused them to be extremely shocked. Alright, we're going in to check it out now. You lead the way. The bald man ordered. Alright, seniors, please. The leader of the Sky Cloud sect Grandmasters was a refined middle-aged man. He greeted them respectfully. And NBSP. The group followed the middle-aged man and the rest as they flew into Sky Cloud sect. This time, our sect was unlucky. We were suddenly attacked. All the powerhouses above the martial Grandmaster realm disappeared. The elegant middle-aged man said with a sad expression. Moreover, the strangest thing is that according to the situation at the scene and the reactions of the disciples below the martial arts grandmaster realm, the martial arts grandmasters did not make a single sound and just disappeared. Only the patriarch of our sect, where the martial king realm experts were in seclusion, made a shocking sound and left some traces at the scene. The refined middle-aged man continued his introduction and led them to the place where the Sky Cloud sect's patriarch was in seclusion. It was a mountain peak full of spiritual chi. However, at this time, the mountain peak almost collapsed. A deep crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was a blade mark that almost split the mountain peak in half. Everyone flew down and observed carefully. They also found some marks that looked like they were whipped by iron chains. Traces of chains, what weapon is this? Su Zhong frowned deeply. Based on this, the attacker must be a warrior king. Therefore, a warrior ascendant can't put up any resistance. However, the attacker can't be too strong either. Otherwise, the Sky Cloud sect's patriarch wouldn't have had such a fierce fight with him. Huang Jing analyzed. But according to our disciples, the battle only took place for a very short period of time. It ended in less than a minute. After that, the old ancestor disappeared. The elegant middle-aged man added. Yes, it's very likely that the other side has more than one king. Su Zhong frowned and pondered. Lu Ming also looked around in detail. What can a half-step king see? He's just putting on an act. Huang Jing coldly snorted. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was sick. She was always targeting him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with this woman. He was busy observing. The Heavenly Corpse Sect. The group observed for a while before leaving Sky Cloud's sect for Illusionary Sword Sect. The Illusionary Sword sect's strength was similar to Sky Cloud's sect's. It also had a level 1 Martial King Realm Old Ancestor, so its situation was similar to Sky Cloud's sect. Everyone in the sect, Martial Grandmaster and above, including the Martial King Realm Patriarch, had disappeared. Even their bodies had not been found. The traces left at the scene were similar to Sky Cloud's sect's. Su Zhong and the others frowned. This situation was really strange. There might be 2 or more martial kings on the other side. We have to be careful. Su Zhong said in a deep voice. He then looked at the bald man and asked, Brother Wang, have you found anything after a few days of investigation? Of course, we have. We have already predicted their next target. The bald man smiled proudly. What? This is great. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others were overjoyed. Based on my estimation, the enemy's next target will be the Black Lion Hall in a few days. The Black Lion Hall is a sect that's about as powerful as the Sky Cloud sect and the Illusionary Sword sect. They only have one level 1 Martial King Realm expert. We just have to wait for them to make their move. Once they've succeeded, we'll follow them to their lair and wipe them out. The bald man said. Brother Wang, that's a good idea. Let's do it this way. We can't delay any further. We'll set off immediately and set up an ambush around the Black Lion Hall, waiting for them to take the bait. Su Zhong said. The group of 6 headed toward the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall was located in a huge mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked like a ferocious lion. From the mountain range, the roars of lions could be heard, shaking the surrounding area. The 6 of them found a hidden valley in the Black Lion mountain range to hide in and waited quietly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree. He hid himself with the help of the branches and leaves. At the same time, he restrained his aura, making him look like a piece of dead wood. Lu Ming left a trace of his attention to observe his surroundings. Most of his attention was immersed in his sea of consciousness to comprehend the concept of thunder. He didn't dare to get too close to the thunder cauldron. The closer he got, the stronger the thunder intent would be, but the more pressure he would feel. It would be very dangerous. If he didn't handle it well, his mind and soul might be destroyed. Just like that, a day passed without any movement. The next day, there was no movement. The next day, late at night. Woo-woo. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew in the world, and it was bone-chilling. They're here. The bald man pointed at the sky and said excitedly. Of course, his voice was very low so that only the few of them could hear it. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds floated over. In the dark clouds, there was a black shadow that was faintly visible. What is in the dark clouds? It doesn't look like a human figure. Huang Jing said. The dark cloud was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was above the Black Lion Mountains. It was soundless, and if it weren't for their high cultivation, they wouldn't have noticed it. When they arrived above the Black Lion Mountain range, the dark clouds finally dispersed, revealing the object inside. What is this? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. In the dark clouds, 3 coffins appeared. 3 incomparably huge coffins, each of which was at least 100 meters long. They were pitch black and suspended in the air, looking very horrifying. Buzz! The 3 coffins hummed and rushed towards the depths of the Black Lion Mountain range. Not long later. Who is it? A furious roar came from the Black Lion Mountain range. Then, a black lion as large as a mountain range appeared in the sky. However, in the next moment, a few black chains flew out and pierced through the void, coiling around the black lion. A few black shadows appeared, but disappeared in the next moment. Boom! Boom! Deep in the mountain range, a loud roar was heard. The entire mountain range was shaking as if there were peerless experts fighting. However, not long after, the commotion disappeared. The entire mountain range was silent, and even the roars of the demonic beasts had disappeared. Buzz! Buzz! The next moment, 3 huge coffins broke through the air and flew out of the Black Lion Mountain range, flying towards the north. At this time, the Black Lion Mountain range was filled with noise. Grandmaster has disappeared. Master, my master has also disappeared. The ancestor had a great battle with someone and disappeared. Wails could be heard from the Black Lion Mountain range. Let's go, we'll follow them. Su Zhong's eyes flickered as he softly said. Everyone nodded and rushed into the sky. They rushed into a cloud of mist and covered their bodies with it as they chased after the 3 coffins. After flying north for about 200,000 miles, they entered a desolate mountain range. This mountain range was boundless and had no signs of life. There weren't even many demonic beasts. Moreover, the further in they went, the more desolate it became. It was even deathly silent. On the ground, some white bones were gradually exposed. Some broken weapons and armors could even be seen. This place should have been a battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's filled with yin qi and killing intent. The bald man said with a frown. A wasteland appeared in front of them. On the wasteland, a dark red mist filled the air. A strong wind blew, making it extremely horrifying. Who? The 3 coffins flew into the wilderness and disappeared. Everyone muttered to themselves for a moment, then immediately chased after him. As soon as they entered, everyone shivered because the wind in the wilderness was too cold. Even with their cultivation, they could not withstand it for a while. Everyone held their breath and focused. They flew in the wilderness without taking up any space and looked around. Guys, look! There are so many coffins. Huang Jing suddenly cried out in a low voice. Her voice was slightly trembling. Lu Ming looked around and saw rows of coffins in the wilderness. These coffins were about the same size as normal coffins. They were dark and eerie. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Everyone's expression was grave as they continued forward. Very quickly, they had traveled a few dozen miles. Along the way, the crowd saw at least a few thousand coffins. What the hell is this place? Is it a burial ground? Huang Jing's face had turned slightly pale. After all, she was a woman. Although she was powerful, she was still a little afraid of these things. I guess it's a force that practices evil martial arts and is entrenched here. The bald man said. Those martial artists above the martial ancestor realm have all disappeared, dead or alive. It's extremely strange. I've never heard of any force in the eastern part of the Tianxian region that would need so many coffins to cultivate. Su Zhong said. Could it be? At this moment, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. Brother Zong, what did you think of? Su Zhong hurriedly asked. The Heavenly Corpse Sect. The white-haired old man pondered for a while and said in a very serious tone. What? The Heavenly Corpse Sect. Su Zhong, the bald man, Huang Jing, and the others cried out in alarm as their expressions changed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Refining the corpse. Lu Ming had never heard of the Heavenly Corpse Sect before, but after entering the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it was like thunder to his ears. The Heavenly Corpse Sect was an extremely terrifying and powerful faction. Like the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, it was one of the most powerful factions in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were mortal enemies. They fought endlessly and would fight to the death whenever they met. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Corpse Sect had suddenly risen in the past 300 years. They were expanding at a terrifying speed, continuously encroaching on the original territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had fought against it for hundreds of years, but not only did they not destroy it, but the Heavenly Corpse Sect's power had also become stronger and stronger. At this point, although the Heavenly Corpse Sect was still weaker than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were not far behind. However, wasn't the Heavenly Corpse Sect always fighting against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in some large regions in the depths of the Eastern Barren Territory? When did it appear in the eastern part of the Tianxian region? The Tianxian region was located in the extreme east of the Divine Wilderness continent. To put it bluntly, it was on the border, but the Heavenly Corpse Sect had actually infiltrated this place. Could Buchan be from the Heavenly Corpse Sect? Huang Jing's voice trembled a little. Her face was pale. He, your guess is correct. We are the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and we are the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Suddenly, a few cold and ear-piercing laughter rang out. The sound was extremely unpleasant, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Hoo! Whoosh! 3 huge coffins, each 100 meters long, flew through the air. In an instant, the 3 coffins stopped in 3 different directions, surrounding everyone in a triangular formation. They're actually really from the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and they're corpse guards. The faces of Su Zhong and the others were extremely grave. The Heavenly Corpse Sect's corpse guards and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards had the same meaning. They were the elites of their respective forces. I understand now. So, you captured those powerhouses who were above the martial ancestor realm to refine them into refined corpses. Su Zhong said. Nonsense, those guys, corpses are of course used to refine into refined corpses. A cold laugh came from a coffin in the east. Caw, the use of a martial arts grandmaster's corpse is limited after all. Now that I've sent a few martial king realm corpses, I can refine a few more powerful refined corpses. A voice came from the coffin in the west. You've already discovered us. Su Zhong said. Kaka, nonsense. Detian Divine Guards, you've been investigating us. Do you think we don't know? The reason we went to the Black Lion Mountain Range was to lure you here. Obediently accept your death. A cold sound came from the coffin on the east side. At the same time, the lid of the coffin opened with a click. 7 or 8 black shadows flew out from it. They were black chains. Bastards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, this is the Tianxian region, the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Since you've come here, you can all stay here. The bald man roared and pounced toward the coffin in the east. A dazzling saber radiance that was 1,000 meters long slashed out. It was as if it could split the entire heaven and earth. But dash. Buzz. Buzz. The black chains seemed to have a mind of their own as they pierced through the air. The 8 chains intertwined together and attacked the blade energy. Boom. With a violent vibration, the saber ray was destroyed by the iron chain, but the iron chain also flew back. You have some skill. Good, good. The stronger you are, the better. The stronger you are, the stronger the refined corpse will be. A cold and sinister laugh came from the coffin. Then, the coffin made a cracking sound and the lid was completely opened. Buzz! A burly figure flew out from inside. This figure was more than 2 meters tall. Its face was pale and bloodless, but there was a hint of black iron in the paleness. His eyes widened in anger, but there was no emotion in them. There were black chains wrapped around its body. This is a refined corpse, not the original person. Su Zhong said in a deep voice. Hee, I didn't expect that a country bumpkin from a remote place like the eastern part of the Tianxian region would have some knowledge. The ear-piercing sound continued to ring out from the coffin. Then, a black shadow emerged. This black figure looked very thin. His body was wrapped in a black robe, revealing a pale face. His face was as pale as a corpse, but his eyes were cold. This meant that he was alive. It was said that the heavenly corpse sex warriors mainly controlled corpses. Each of them would refine at least one refined corpse, or even more refined corpses, and bring them with them. The stronger the refined corpse was, the stronger they were. Hee, die, kill. The Sky Corpse sex corpse guard shouted with a murderous aura. Buzz! Buzz! The refined corpse waved its arms, and the 8 chains danced wildly toward the bald man. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The bald man roared and charged at the refined corpse. Clang! Clang! Instantly, the two of them began to fight. The refined corpse was extremely powerful. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak level 1 martial king realm martial artist, and it was evenly matched with the bald man. Hee, do you think that's all I have? Come out. The corpse guard suddenly shouted in a low voice. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, 2 tall figures flew out of the huge coffin. Just like the previous one, it was also wrapped in black chains. Its face was pale, and within the paleness, there was a layer of black iron. Refined corpses. These 2 were also refined corpses. Moreover, their bodies exuded a strong corpse chi. Their aura was so strong that they had all reached the early stage of level 1 martial king realm. Terrifying. A mere corpse guard of the heavenly corpse sect could actually control 3 refined corpses of the martial king realm. His strength was too terrifying. As soon as the 2 refined corpses appeared, they pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. I'll kill them. Huang Jing coldly shouted. Her body moved and pounced towards the 2 refined corpses. The aura of the middle level 1 martial king realm erupted from his body. Moreover, Huang Jing was not an ordinary Ditian divine guard. She was the same as Lu Ming, a genius who had passed the previous selection. Her combat strength was a level higher than ordinary martial kings. His combat strength was close to the later stage of the level 1 martial king realm. Buzz! Buzz! Huang Jing's sword was like lightning. In an instant, she had struck out several hundred times. However, when the sword light hit the refined corpses, it was as if it had hit metal. There were sounds of metal clashing and sparks flying. In the end, it only left a few shallow marks on the corpses. This kind of refined corpse is similar to the golden-eyed blood corpse. They both have copper skin and iron bones, and are invulnerable. Lu Ming had an idea. Huang Jing continued to shout as she engaged in an intense battle with the 2 refined corpses. Kill the corpse guards first. Su Zhong suddenly shouted in anger and pounced towards the corpse guard, his speed as fast as lightning. Kaka, you want to kill me? In your dreams. Heavenly Corpse Claw. The Sky Corpse Sect's corpse guard sneered and pounced towards Su Zhong, stretching out a pair of thin claws and grabbing forward. Immediately, Corpse Chi filled the air, and the claw light slashed out like a blade. Die! Su Zhong roared in anger as he slashed out a sharp sword ray. Chapter 468 Surrounded. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out as the Sky Corpse Sect's corpse guard blocked Su Zhong's attack. Although it was at a disadvantage, it had indeed blocked it. The crowd was shocked. The combat strength of the Heavenly Corpse Sect was simply terrifying. Not only did they have several refined corpses with them, but even their own combat strength was extremely powerful. With the same number of people, ordinary warriors were no match for the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Fortunately, Lu Ming had heard that the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse Sect were extremely difficult to refine. Not only did they require the corpses of martial arts powerhouses, but the conditions for refining them were also extremely harsh and required all kinds of precious materials. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of refined corpses each person could control. It was said that this was determined by the strength of one's mind. If it were not for these restrictions, the Heavenly Corpse Sect would be invincible, and no other force would be able to compete with it. Buzz! The corpse guard blocked Su Zhong's attack, and its figure rapidly retreated as it let out a sinister laugh. Just as Su Zhong was about to give chase, a creaking sound came from another huge coffin. The lid of the coffin opened, and a black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Su Zhong. The power of the aura was extremely shocking. Su Zhong's expression changed, and he couldn't be bothered to chase after that corpse guard. He turned around to block the chains. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive booms, Su Zhong's body trembled slightly, and the chains flew back. Roar! However, in the next moment, a low roar came from the huge coffin. A figure pounced out, chains dancing around him, and he charged towards Su Zhong. It was another refined corpse at the peak level 1 Martial King realm. Su Zhong's expression was grave as he engaged in a great battle with the other party. Kiki! An ear-piercing and unpleasant sneer was heard. From the second coffin, a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out. This was an old man, and with a single look, one could tell that he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles, but his face was extremely pale, just like the corpse guard from before. It was very obvious that this was also a corpse guard. Beside him was a refined corpse that was tall and sturdy. Only the white-haired elder, a skinny man in his 50s, and Lu Ming were left in the arena. Let's attack together and get rid of these people. The old corpse guard looked at the third coffin. All right. A sound came from the third coffin. Then, the lid of the coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. One of them was clearly a corpse guard and looked slightly younger, around 30 years old. Beside him stood 2 refined corpses. The 2 refined corpses exuded the aura of the late level 1 Martial King realm. We'll each take 2 of their bodies. How about it? The corpse guard from before appeared beside the old corpse guard and said coldly. 2 bodies per person, sure. However, that brat is only a half-step king. I don't want him. The old corpse guard immediately said. I don't want that kid's body either. The first corpse guard shook his head and looked at the third corpse guard. You two, don't go too far. You're throwing the most trashy thing to me again. This time, I don't want this kid's body. The last corpse guard said in a deep voice. Lu Ming was speechless. They had not even started fighting and they were already discussing how to distribute their corpses. Did they think that they were fish on the chopping board? Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were a few loud explosions. Then, 2 figures flashed. Su Zhong and the bald man retreated quickly and stood together with Lu Ming and the rest. Huang Jing, don't linger in battle. Let's gather together and charge out together. Don't let them break us apart one by one. Su Zhong said loudly. Huang Jing gritted her teeth. Her sword light burst out and she slashed out 2 times in a row, forcing the 2 refined corpses to retreat a little. Then, she quickly retreated. Buzz! As Huang Jing was retreating rapidly, a metal chain pierced through the void and almost pierced through her. Although she managed to avoid it, she was still swept by the force. Huang Jing gave a muffled groan and her figure retreated rapidly to the side of Lu Ming and the others. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 refined corpses at the peak of the first level of the martial ancestor realm stood in 2 directions, blocking their escape. Kaka, do you think that you can rush out by gathering together? You're really naive. The corpse guard at the front let out an ear-piercing cold laugh. Humph, with our strength, even if we can't fight them head-on, you won't be able to stop us if we want to charge out. Huang Jing snorted coldly. She was injured just now and was in an extremely bad mood. With that, he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, Kid, no one can take care of you right now. Don't expect us to help you. You're on your own now. When did I say I need your help? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're at death's door, yet you're still so stubborn. Huang Jing coldly snorted. Hee, who said that there are only the few of us here? The old corpse guard suddenly sneered. What? Su Zhong and the others were stunned. Who? All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In front of them, another huge coffin flew out and flew towards them at a high speed. In an instant, it was above Lu Ming and the others. There's still more. The expressions of Su Zhong and the others changed drastically. There's a deep pit there. The bald man shouted. Everyone looked forward carefully. In the mist, they saw a huge pit in front of them. The coffin had just flown out of that deep pit. Kacha! The 4th coffin opened, and 3 figures walked out. It was a young man in his 20s with a pale face. Beside him were 2 refined corpses. However, the 2 refined corpses had extremely powerful auras. One of them had reached the peak of Level 1 Martial King realm, while the other was in the late stage. In an instant, the faces of Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others turned pale. This time, the other party had 9 refined corpses. Among them, there were 3 at the peak of the Level 1 Martial King realm, 2 at the late stage, 2 at the middle stage, and 2 at the early stage. With the addition of 4 corpse guards, this force was already far above Su Zhong and the others. What do we do? I can only hold back a peak Level 1 Martial King refined corpse. If there's another Level 1 Martial King refined corpse in the late stage, I won't be able to break out of this encirclement. The bald burly man said anxiously. I'm about the same. At most, I can only withstand a peak Level 1 Martial King refined corpse and a late Level 1 Martial King refined corpse. Any more and I'll be in danger. Su Zhong also said. The hearts of Huang Jing and the others sank. As for the remaining 5 refined corpses, Huang Jing could only withstand 2 at the early stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm. The white-haired elder and the skinny man were at the middle stage of the Level 1 Martial King realm and could withstand 1 refined corpse each. There was only 1 peak Level 1 Martial King realm refined corpse left. Who could resist it? What to do? Moreover, this was only a resistance. It was basically impossible to break through. Moreover, there were still 4 corpse guards eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Today, he was most likely doomed. Everyone couldn't help but think this. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Huang Jing was roaring madly in her heart. Moreover, after his death, his corpse would be refined into a refined corpse by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. This was even more difficult for her to accept. I will kill. The refined corpse is completely controlled by the corpse guards. As long as we kill those corpse guards, the refined corpse is nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Nonsense, who doesn't know this logic, but there are so many refined corpses here, how can they kill the corpse guards? It's really laughable. If you have the ability, go and kill them. Huang Jing looked at Lu Ming angrily and said contemptuously. All right, I'll go kill them. Lu Ming took a step forward, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others were dumbstruck. Why did you go and kill them? Are you crazy? Even if you want to die, you don't have to drag us down. Huang Jing sneered. She did not believe Lu Ming's words at all. Everyone, I'll leave the rest of the refined corpses to you. I'll take care of the Peak Lever 1 Martial King refined corpse and the corpse guards. Lu Ming pointed at the corpse guard and the refined corpse, which were the last to appear. Su Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This fuck. Su Zhong and the others hesitated. Just let him go. In any case, he can't help much by staying here. Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish? Huang Jing sneered. Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, be careful that I will cut you down first. Lu Ming's eyes glared and a cold murderous intent flashed past. Huang Jing's face paled. For some unknown reason, her heart trembled. Ha ha ha, did you guys hear that? That half-step king trash is actually trying to kill us. Funny, this is too funny, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Me too. The corpse guards revealed mocking smiles. Don't waste your breath on them. Kill them and use their corpses to refine corpses. It's just right. Kill. The last corpse guard shouted. Next to him, 2 refined corpses flew out, and a strong corpse chi soared into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! One of the 2 refined corpses was at the peak of the first level of the Martial King realm, while the other was at the later stage. More than a dozen chains lashed out from the bodies of the 2 refined corpses and flew towards Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura completely exploded. His blood meridian burst out. At the same time, the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder rose and a long spear appeared in his hand. True Dragon Strike. He thrust his spear forward, and a 3-colored true dragon roared as it pounced toward the 2 refined corpses. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded out as the chains were knocked back. The 3-colored true dragon didn't stop and continued to attack the 2 refined corpses. Bang! Bang! The 2 refined corpses trembled violently and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. The eyes of Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest were madly staring, almost bursting. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with dumbfoundedness. With just one move, Lu Ming had repelled 2 refined corpses. One of them was even a refined corpse at the peak of the first-level Martial King realm. How could Lu Ming have such powerful combat abilities? More importantly, Lu Ming was only a demi-king warrior. How could a demi-king warrior defeat 2 such powerful refined corpses with one move? They thought they were dreaming. Especially Huang Jing, her face that could be considered pretty was filled with disbelief. Previously, she had been ridiculing Lu Ming and was extremely contemptuous of him. But now, Lu Ming's ability was beyond her knowledge. At such a young age, half-step king, spear in hand, and comprehended 3 intents. I think I already know who he is. Su Zhong murmured, but his face was filled with ecstasy. Who is it? Who is it? Huang Jing asked in a daze. In the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region, who else has such combat strength other than the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Lu Ming? The bald man said. Lu Ming. Lu Ming. So it's him, no wonder. Huang Jing was stunned at first. Soon after, she cried out in surprise. Lu Ming's name had spread to all the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. There were not many Emperor Heaven Divine Guards who had not heard of him. The few people present had heard of Lu Ming's name. You came here together, but you didn't know that the other party is Lu Ming? The bald man was speechless. Ahem, I was going to ask, but I was interrupted. Su Zhong coughed a few times. Huang Jing's face turned pale. She was the one who interrupted Lu Ming's self-introduction earlier. At that time, she had thought that there was no need to introduce him to a mere half-step king. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little panicked. Lu Ming, the other party was actually Lu Ming. He was a rare genius from the eastern region's Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, a genius who had defeated a true king while only at the half-step king realm. If she had known that the other party was Lu Ming, she would not have mocked him in that way. Now, she was filled with regret. How is that possible? How was that possible? A mere half-step king. A corpse guard let out a shout of disbelief. The other corpse guards also had similar expressions. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and his aura was like a dragon. He waved the long spear and a mighty spear radiance burst out. Kill this brat. The last corpse guard shouted in anger. Clang. Clang. The two refined corpses waved their chains and charged at Lu Ming. Those chains were extremely terrifying and could crush mountains. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. 10,000 dragon kill. With a shake of the long spear, hundreds of small three-colored true dragons flew out. The two refined corpses were hit and retreated, even enveloping a few corpse guards. Damn it, let's kill him together. The old corpse guard roared and wanted to control the corpse guards to attack Lu Ming. Block those corpse guards. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to block them and buy time for Lu Ming. Su Zhong roared and pounced on a peak level 1 Martial King Realm refined corpse. He even enveloped a level 1 Martial King Realm refined corpse and pinned it down. The bald burly man, Huang Jing, and the others all shouted and charged towards the refined corpses. Lu Ming's outburst had given them hope. At that moment, they naturally gave it their all. For a time, this region was completely immersed in a great battle. Lu Ming's essential core burst forth and his long spear was like a dragon. The huge spear's radiance was like a mountain, completely suppressing the two refined corpses. When Lu Ming fought Xue Chao back then, before the three intents of wind, fire, and thunder had completely fused, Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with Xue Chao's. After that, the three types of intents were completely fused, and the power of the three intents increased by several times. Furthermore, the three absolutes of the Dragon God had evolved from a heaven-level low-grade martial arts technique to a heaven-level high-grade martial arts technique, and its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased greatly, and he easily crushed Xue Chao. During this period of time, Lu Ming's vital essence had been converted to 99%. At the same time, his comprehension of the Dragon God's three absolutes had deepened day by day. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed an ordinary peak first-tier Martial King realm. That was why Lu Ming could suppress the two refined corpses. Not good, let's kill that brat together. That old corpse guard roared, extremely shocked. Kill. Kill. The four corpse guards exploded with corpse chi and four claw lights clawed at Lu Ming. Devour. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and the 9-dragon bloodline flew out. He opened his mouth and roared, and a terrifying devouring power burst out. My bloodline power. My blood essence. Instantly, the four corpse guards cried out in alarm. The power of his bloodline and blood essence trembled as they were devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline. A Gakudo strike. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 2 consecutive steps. Boom! The violent power crushed towards the 4 corpse guards. The 4 corpse guards' bodies trembled and retreated. Gakudo Path 1 attack. At this moment, Lu Ming's body arched slightly and his spine twisted like a huge dragon. Endless power and concept gushed toward the spear. Whoosh! At the next moment, Lu Ming and the long spear seemed to have become one. They turned into a sharp spear ray and stabbed forward. Buzz! The space seemed to have been pierced by the spear tip as it began to fluctuate violently. From a distance, the space looked like a wave that had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Ripples appeared on both sides, and a clear mark appeared in the middle. This was the strongest move of the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, the Extreme Strike. It could only be used after one comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning and completely fused them together. This move had the speed of the thunder concept, the penetrating power of the wind concept, and the explosive power of the fire concept. It was known to be indestructible, able to pierce through everything. It was the strongest offensive killer move. This move was aimed at the last corpse guard that appeared. This move was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of that corpse guard. Ah! That corpse guard cried out in fear and wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. He could only stretch out that deathly white claw and block in front of him. Puchi! His steel-like claws were pierced through like tofu. Then, the spear went through the man's forehead. Buzz! Then, with a shake of the long spear, the force exploded and the opponent's body was torn into pieces. He was dead. A powerful corpse guard had died just like that, killed by Lu Ming with one shot. This corpse guard's combat strength was definitely not weaker than a late-stage Level 1 Martial King realm. However, it was killed by Lu Ming just like that. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of a huge battle, Su Zhong and the rest would have been stunned. Even so, they were tongue-tied and shocked. This was especially so for Huang Jing. She was almost scared out of her wits. At the thought of how she had ridiculed Lu Ming previously, she would be done for if Lu Ming shot her in the same manner. As soon as the corpse guard died, the 2 refined corpses that were fighting Lu Ming stopped in the air like 2 puppets, not moving at all. Ah, not good, gather the refined corpses to defend. The remaining 3 corpse guards were simply scared out of their wits as they frantically shouted, desperately trying to recall their own refined corpses to defend. Stop them, stop these refined corpses! Su Zhong roared as he used all his strength to hold the 2 refined corpses back. The others were the same. They fought with all their might to hold back the refined corpses so that they couldn't go back to defend. Damn it, damn it! The 3 corpse guards roared and retreated frantically. Gakudo Path attack. At this moment, Lu Ming cast another extreme blow. Buzz! The man and spear became one, piercing through the air and stabbing towards the back of a corpse guard. Arg! No, help! The corpse guard was scared out of his wits and roared desperately. With a wave of his hand, an ancient bronze coffin actually appeared in front of him, blocking him. However, it was still useless. Lu Ming's spear ray pierced through the ancient bronze coffin and the other party's heart. The corpse guard let out an unwilling roar and then stopped breathing. The second corpse guard, dead. Once this corpse guard died, the 3 corpse guards he controlled directly stopped in the air like puppets. Among them was a refined corpse at the peak of the Level 1 Martial King realm. It had been fighting with the bald man, but now it had all stopped. You from the Heavenly Corpse sect, go to hell. The bald man didn't have an opponent, so he immediately roared and charged towards the last 2 corpse guards. In addition, there was also that skinny man in his 50s. He also had no opponents and also charged towards the 2 corpse guards. The situation had been reversed. Buzz! The demon-subduing spear in Lu Ming's hands trembled slightly, as if it could not bear the burden. Who? Lu Ming also took a few deep breaths to calm the surging essential core in his body. It's still a bit difficult to perform a Gakudo Path attack now. It consumes a lot of genuine vitality and physical strength. Lu Ming pondered. Although the extreme blow was powerful, with Lu Ming's current cultivation base, he could only cast it a few times. Moreover, he could not unleash much of the power of this move. If Lu Ming wanted to unleash the strongest power of this move, he would have to break through to the Martial King realm and condense intent runes for all three intents. Also, this demon subduing spear is no longer of much use. Lu Ming looked at the demon subduing spear in his hand and thought to himself. The explosive power of a Gakudo path attack was too great, and it was a huge burden on the spear. Let's kill these two corpse guards first. Lu Ming's mind whirred. His long spear shook and he continued to attack the two corpse guards. The enormous spear ray pressed down, and with the cooperation of the bald man and the skinny man, in just 2 moves, the two corpse guards coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and were heavily injured. Save me, young Master Kuei, save me. The two corpse guards shouted crazily and ran towards the deep pit with all their might. There are still people over there. Kill these two as soon as possible. Lu Ming shouted. From the meaning of the two corpse guards, there was still someone in that deep pit, and it seemed to be even stronger. For some unknown reason, he still hadn't appeared, but no matter what, he had killed 2 corpse guards first. You want to leave? Die! The bald man roared as he charged towards the 2 corpse guards. In addition to Lu Ming and the thin man, the 2 corpse guards could not resist at all. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear was as large as a mountain. It combined 3 concepts and pressed down. The old corpse guard screamed in pain. His body made cracking sounds as he was blasted into the soil by Lu Ming. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Ah! On the other side, the bald brawny man slashed out with his saber, splitting that corpse guard in half. At this point, the 4 corpse guards had all been killed. Once the 4 corpse guards died, those refined corpses all stood there like wood. Ahaha, the heavenly corpse sect's disciple is finally dead. The bald man laughed. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the rest also heaved a long sigh of relief, as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired elder walked towards Lu Ming. However, the expressions on their faces were extremely complicated. Lu Ming, I really failed to recognize you previously. I'm so ashamed. Su Zhong cupped his fists at Lu Ming, his face filled with shame. You're welcome. Lu Ming said casually. Huang Jing bit her lips tightly. Her face was red from embarrassment. She looked at Lu Ming and wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to apologize to Lu Ming. However, at the thought of her previous attitude, she could not bring herself to do so. She had mocked Lu Ming for being a burden to them previously. But what was the truth? It was Lu Ming who had saved them. If not for Lu Ming, they would have been in danger. Little brother Lu, you're much more powerful than the rumors say. Please forgive me for my previous offense. The bald man also walked over and said with a forthright smile. Previously, he had also looked down on Lu Ming and thought that he would be a burden to them. However, they now realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than what was rumored. Chapter 471 Shocking Change. Everyone, according to what those corpse guards just said, there must still be people from the heavenly corpse sect in that deep pit. What are your plans next? Lu Ming changed the topic. I think we should leave this place immediately and report the situation to the higher-ups, so that they can send more powerful experts. Su Zhong's expression was somewhat grave as he spoke. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was high, he was still a half-step king. If the other party sent out a second-level martial king, they would all be in danger. The gap between each level of the martial king realm was huge. A level 2 martial king realm expert could easily kill a level 1 martial king realm expert. I also think we should leave this place. Huang Jing said. I don't think so. The bald man looked at the deep pit and said while licking his lips. Oh. Su Zhong and the rest looked at the bald man in surprise. Everyone, the powerhouses of the Sky Cloud sect, Illusionary Sword sect, and Black Lion Hall who were martial grandmasters and above have all disappeared. They must have been killed by the Sky Corpse sect and brought their corpses here. They must be using the corpses to cultivate some kind of technique or to refine some kind of powerful refined corpse. And now, we've killed all 4 corpse guards. The other party definitely heard the commotion but still hasn't appeared. I speculate that the other party is definitely at a critical moment in cultivation. If we enter now, we might be able to kill the other party in one fell swoop, which would be a great contribution. The bald man's eyes were bright and full of fire. The Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were mortal enemies. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already infiltrated into the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If they could kill some corpse guards with high cultivation bases, the Empyrean Divine Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Instantly, Su Zhong and the others were tempted. But I still think it's too risky. Su Zhong frowned and muttered. Brother Lu, what do you think? The bald burly man's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Immediately after, Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the rest also looked at Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was the strongest here. Imperceptibly, his weight in everyone's hearts had also increased greatly. I'm fine with anything. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was indeed fine with it. He had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. If he really encountered an invincible expert, he was confident that he could still escape. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes lit up and he said, "How about this? Let's go to the deep pit first and explore it. If there's no danger, we'll decide what to do next. What do you think?" "This way, it's feasible," said Su Zhong after pondering for a moment. Huang Jing and the white-haired old man also nodded. This was the safest way. Since they had already made a decision, everyone immediately restrained their auras and headed towards the deep pit. He was slowly approaching the deep pit. The pit was huge and circular, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It was pitch black below, and there was a strong corpse chi spreading out. It was impossible to see what was down there. "What do we do now?" The first to speak was Huang Jing. "I think it's better to withdraw first." Su Zhong spoke. Clang! At this moment, the sound of iron chains clanking came from the deep pit. Not good, the other party seems to be able to make a move. Su Zhong's expression changed. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the sound of the chains colliding in the deep pit became even more intense. It was as if there were countless iron chains flying up crazily. "Retreat, we'll retreat first." Su Zhong cried out in shock. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he planned to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold killing intent coming from his left. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light was stabbing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it was like a spark, instantly approaching Lu Ming. This did not come from the deep pit, but from his side. It was one of his own. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming shouted coldly as if he had eyes. He swept the demon-subduing spear in his hand. Boom! The sword chi collapsed and a figure screamed in pain. He was hit by Lu Ming's spear radiance and flew far away, sliding on the ground for more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes cold and emotionless. It was the skinny man in his 50s, Song Ku. The one who sneaked an attack on Lu Ming was actually Song Ku. At this moment, Song Ku's body was almost blown apart by Lu Ming's spear. It was in tatters and he was severely injured. What's going on? What's going on? Only now did Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others react and cry out in alarm. They were all dumbfounded. They did not understand why Song Ku would suddenly attack Lu Ming. "Why would you be on guard against me?" Song Ku shouted unwillingly as he coughed up blood. "It's very simple. From the moment you saw me, you were too calm. The others looked down on me, but you were too calm, as if you already knew who I was. Also, halfway through, you looked at me once or twice with killing intent. I'm just pretending not to know. Lu Ming sneered and looked at Song Ke coldly. You. A trace of fear flashed through Song Ke's eyes. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be so meticulous at such a young age. Lu Ming had noticed that tiny flaw. Speak, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming shouted coldly, his cold killing intent enveloping Song Ke. Ha, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Song Ke laughed. Damn it, Song Ke, you're so despicable. Let me kill you. The bald man was furious. He took a step forward and was about to hit Song Ke with his palm. However, the moment the bald man's palm blasted out, his body suddenly twisted and his figure turned half a circle. The surging palm force blasted wildly towards Lu Ming's chest. This was too sudden. Even Lu Ming did not have time to react. Subconsciously, the bloodline of the 9 dragons burst out, forming a powerful devouring power that enveloped him. The next moment, the bald burly man's terrifying palm force blasted toward Lu Ming's body. The devouring power of the 9 dragon bloodline burst forth and devoured nearly 5 layers of the bald man's palm force. However, the remaining 5 layers still slammed into Lu Ming's body. Boom! It was as if Lu Ming had been hit by an archaic divine mountain. His body was directly sent flying backward, and behind him was the deep pit. You! What are you guys doing? Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired elder were completely stunned. They did not understand why the bald burly man had suddenly attacked Lu Ming. Ha, Lu Ming, go to hell. The bald man laughed crazily. At the same time, the bald man condensed his qi and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, who told you to offend the master of the Thunder Palace? You're courting death. Also, Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao are heading to the Burning Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Your friends and family must all die. Boom! The bald burly man's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes turned red immediately. Thunder Palace Master, Qiu Changkong, Shui Chao. Damn it! Kill! Kill! Lu Ming roared in his heart. Clang clang clang. At this moment, dozens of black chains flew out of the deep pit and wrapped around Lu Ming and the rest. "10,000 corpse array." Dozens of black chains, each as thick as a wrist, pierced through the void like black vipers with terrifying power. Each of them was hit by 4 or 5 chains. Get lost! The bald burly man roared as he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber radiance split the iron chains apart. Buzz! Buzz! There were also 5 chains that wrapped around Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand and formed many long spears. They flew in all directions to block the chains. At the same time, his true energy burst forth, and his body was about to soar into the sky. However, the moment his body moved, a piercing pain came from his chest. The bald man's sudden attack had caught him off guard. The bald burly man had sneered at Lu Ming the moment they met. This made Lu Ming let his guard down. Now that he thought about it, he did it on purpose. Rise! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and forced his way up. Get down! The bald burly man bellowed. He held the saber with both hands and a blazing saber gleam slashed violently at Lu Ming's head. Clang! Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long spear, but his body could not help but fall. Buzz! Buzz! More than 10 iron chains danced in the air and wrapped around the bald man and Lu Ming. At the same time, a dozen more iron chains rushed out of the deep pit. Lu Ming resisted with all his might, but in the end, he was still entangled by a metal chain. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, just die obediently. The bald man laughed. Let's come down together. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 spear lights shot toward the bald man. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed an iron chain. With a sudden swing, the iron chain fused with 3 wills and shot toward the bald man. The bald burly man roared and tried his best to resist the chains around him. He also had to deal with Lu Ming's dozens of long spears. He was in a flurry. At this moment, the iron chain that Lu Ming waved broke through the bald man's defense and firmly entangled him. Damn it! The bald burly man was incomparably shocked and furious as he roared repeatedly. What are you shouting for? Let's go down together. Lu Ming sneered. Break! The bald man was so anxious that his bald head was covered in cold sweat. The saber in his hand slashed at the iron chain crazily. However, the iron chain was made of an unknown material that was extremely hard. The bald man couldn't cut it for a while. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, more iron chains wrapped around Lu Ming and the bald burly man and dragged them into the deep pit. Outside the deep pit, Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the white-haired old man had used all their strength to escape from the range of the iron chains. They had fled far away. Hoo. The iron chain dragged Lu Ming and the bald burly man and kept falling. No, I can't die here. The bald man struggled with all his might and roared repeatedly. However, he could not break free from the restraints of the iron chains. On the other hand, Lu Ming was very calm as he scanned his surroundings. Along the way, Lu Ming had encountered countless dangerous situations. He knew very well that the more dangerous it was, the more he could not panic. Only then could he find a way to solver it. The true war dragon technique in his body was circulating at full force, healing his injuries. The pit was really deep. The iron chain dragged the two of them down more than 2,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. Bang! Bang! The iron chains pulled the two of them and they fell to the ground. Then, the chain loosened and Lu Ming and the bald man regained their freedom. As soon as he regained his freedom, the bald man quickly stepped aside and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming swept a glance at him and started to size up his surroundings. The pit was very dark, and the distance one could see was very limited. He could vaguely make out several figures sitting cross-legged on the ground in the surroundings. On each figure, there were a few iron chains that were dancing and swaying like poisonous snakes. At a glance, there were at least 100 figures. Hee, you've all fallen into my 10,000 corpse array and become my refined corpses. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. How dare you, Heavenly Corpse Sect's disciple? I'm a second-grade Emperor Sky Divine Guard of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. I advise you to let me go now. Otherwise, when the experts of my Emperor Sky Divine Palace arrive, it will be the day of your death. The bald man roared. Hee, so what if you're from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? There were indeed a few people who escaped just now, but even if they reported to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace sent experts here, it would still take at least 3 days. 3 days is enough for me to complete my task and refine you all into refined corpses. The cold voice sounded again. You want to refine me into a refined corpse? Dream on. The bald burly man roared and his body shot up into the sky, wanting to rush out. However, iron chains were flying in all directions and appeared above his head. Clang! Clang! The bald man continued to attack the iron chain, but it was completely useless. Hee, in my 10,000 corpse array, even a level 3 Martial King Realm Warrior can't get out, let alone a peak level 1 Martial King like you. Just become my refined corpse. The voice sneered. Hoo. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind seemed to blow in the deep pit. At the same time, a gray mist filled the air. Not good, it's corpse chi. The bald man's expression changed drastically. Don't put up any useless resistance. Turn into a refined corpse under my corpse chi. The voice laughed. The thick corpse chi immediately enveloped the bald man and Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He circulated his essential core and covered his entire body to resist the corpse chi around him. But dash. Woo woo woo. As soon as the corpse chi came into contact with the Jin Yuan, it began to corrode it quickly. On the other side, the bald man roared. He was facing the same result. I told you, it's useless. This is the chi of 10,000 corpses condensed by the 10,000 corpse array. It can corrode one's Jin Yuan. You can't resist it at all, ha! The voice rang out again. Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. The bald man roared again and again. He was so scared that he wanted to die. If Lu Ming had not pulled him down, why would he be in such a desperate situation? Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He circulated his essential core with all his might and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline at the same time to burst out with the devouring power. And NBSP, whoosh. The corpse chi around Lu Ming had indeed been devoured by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, bloodline. It had no effect on Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming had used it very secretively and no one else had noticed. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to channel his energy to heal his injuries. However, in the eyes of others, he was channeling his energy to resist the corpse chi. Damn it, damn it. The bald burly man continued to roar as he sat down cross-legged, channeling his energy to resist the attack. Kachachi. Lu Ming's body emitted a soft sound and was moving to recover. Given Lu Ming's current physical strength, his recovery ability was simply terrifying. In addition to the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming's recovery energy had already reached an abnormal level. 1 hour. In just 1 hour, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. Buzz. Lu Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and strode toward the bald man. Just now, he had only wanted to heal his injuries and had never thought of letting the bald man go. As if sensing Lu Ming's movement, the bald man opened his eyes and stood up in a hurry, shouting, Lu Ming, what are you doing? Crazy. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill me? You're still thinking of killing me at this time? Now, we should work together and think of a way to kill our way out. The bald man shouted. In just an hour, the bald man's aura had weakened a lot, and a layer of gray corpse chi appeared on his face. No need. After I kill you, I will find a way to get out myself. Lu Ming sneered and strode toward the bald man. Cold sweat broke out on the bald man's face as he retreated. He he he. The cold voice came from all around, as if he was waiting for a good show. Lu Ming, you've been corroded by the corpse chi as well. I don't believe that you can kill me. If you fight me now, you'll only speed up the corrosion and bring about your own destruction. The bald man roared. You don't need to worry about this. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist and a long spear appeared. Buzz! The long spear shook and the 3 wheels burst out. The terrifying spear light was aimed at the bald man. The bald burly man bellowed. His saber appeared and he began to fight Lu Ming. However, he had been corroded by the corpse chi and was much weaker. He was no match for Lu Ming. With just a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, how are you fine? The bald man let out a roar of disbelief. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was still at his peak. He was completely fine. Roar! Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out and collided with the bald man. The bald man screamed and spat out blood. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald man. No, don't kill me. I beg you to spare me. The bald burly man shouted in fear. At this time, he was already seriously injured and could not resist. Just now, when you attacked me, did you ever think of letting me off? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes sharp like lightning. The bald man was stunned, and his expression kept changing. He could not wait to kill Lu Ming just now. Why would he spare Lu Ming? Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said. No, no, don't kill me. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. I've cultivated to the martial king realm with great difficulty. I don't want to die like this. The bald man shouted. A martial king could live up to 1,000 years, and he did not want to die like this. However, Lu Ming's gaze was cold and he was unmoved. Also, I'm a subordinate of the Thunder Palace Master. If you kill me, the Thunder Palace Master will definitely not let you off. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the bald man decided to use the hard approach. That old fogey, Thunder Palace Master. I will take his dog head sooner or later. Lu Ming said coldly. You still want to kill the Lightning Palace Master? You're delusional. I don't mind telling you that the Thunder Palace Master's backer is the Xing family, one of the two great families in the Tianxian region. The bald man roared. You talk too much nonsense. Boom. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. This step contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Pai li pa la. A loud sound came from the bald man's body. All the bones in his body were broken, and he lay on the ground like a pool of mud. I won't kill you. I'll just let you slowly feel yourself turning into a refined corpse. Lu Ming sneered. No, Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. If I become a refined corpse, you won't be able to escape. You won't be able to escape either. You'll become a refined corpse sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Seeing that there was no hope, the bald man laughed wildly. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He raised his head and looked upwards. Buzz! His body suddenly shot up into the sky, and he stabbed his spear towards the top of his head. A 3-colored true dragon flew out. Buzz! Buzz! Immediately, iron chains covered the sky and the sun from all directions. The chains lashed down on the 3-colored true dragon's body. There were hundreds of chains, and in just 2 breaths, the 3-colored true dragon collapsed and turned into nothingness. He could not rush out at all and Lu Ming landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Lu Ming, you're dead too. The bald man laughed. Hee hee, turn into my refined corpses. The cold and sinister laughter rang out again. Lu Ming frowned and sat down cross-legged to think of a solution. I can't break out of this 10,000 corpse array with my current strength. What should I do? What should we do? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety. He was not anxious because of his own comfort. The corpse chi in the surroundings couldn't do anything to him. He just had to wait a few days, and the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace might come to save him. However, he couldn't afford to wait for these few days. Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao were already on their way to the Blazing Sun Empire. With Xueqiao's martial king realm strength, the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would be no match for him. They would only be destroyed. Calculating the time, Qiu Changkong and Xueqiao should have arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire long ago. He was probably mobilizing his troops to surround and kill the mystical sword sect. There was not much time left for Lu Ming. Hence, he was anxious. If the mystical sword sect was annihilated and something happened to his parents, he would live in regret for the rest of his life. How do I break through this 10,000 corpse array? If I can break through to the martial king realm now, I might be able to break through. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Martial king, martial king. It was easier said than done to break through to the martial king realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming's thunder concept had progressed the fastest. However, there was still a long way to go before he could form an intent rune. it would be difficult to form an intent rune in a short time. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and a hint of madness flashed in them. Now, we can only take the risk. Immediately, Lu Ming focused his mind. In the next moment, his mind appeared in his sea of consciousness. The madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified as he looked at the huge lightning cauldron in front of him. Previously, he didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron for fear that the lightning would destroy his mind and soul. But now, Lu Ming decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the power of thunder on the thunder cauldron to speed up his comprehension of the thunder mentality and break through to the martial king realm. Ta! Lu Ming strode toward the thunder cauldron. Step by step, Lu Ming walked faster and faster, quickly approaching the lightning cauldron. Lightning flickered on the lightning cauldron, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's mind that was manifested was trembling rapidly. However, the closer he got to the lightning cauldron, the clearer the lightning concept became. Lu Ming could feel that his comprehension of the lightning concept was accelerating. Not enough, it's still not enough, it's still far from enough. Lu Ming's mind was getting closer to the lightning cauldron. In the end, Lu Ming was only a few meters away from the lightning cauldron. At this point, Lu Ming's mind trembled violently, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Let's go all out. Success or failure depends on this one move. Lu Ming's eyes were flickering with madness and ruthlessness. The next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and rushed forward. Then, he thrust his palm at the lightning cauldron. Bang! He slapped his palm on the lightning cauldron. In an instant, an unimaginably terrifying lightning concept burst forth, completely submerging Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's mind could not put up any resistance at all and it collapsed. Crossing the Martial King ordeal. Lu Ming's vision turned black and he did not know anything. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he regained some consciousness. However, he did not know where he was. It was as if he was floating in the endless void. At the same time, he felt a numbing sensation all over his body, as if there was an endless electric current flowing through his body. Where is this place? Lu Ming tried his best to open his eyes, only to realize that it was pitch black in front of him. He could not see anything. However, he could feel that there was an endless intent realm rippling around him. Thunder concept. What a powerful thunder mentality. I feel like I've already become one with it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately focused on comprehending the concept of thunder. His comprehension of the thunder concept had improved by leaps and bounds, and it could only be described as terrifying. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his comprehension of the thunder concept was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit. The next step would be to condense an intent rune. Buzz! At this moment, the world shook and Lu Ming felt his vision blur. The next moment, he saw that he was in mid-air and a palm had struck the lightning cauldron. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook slightly and a powerful force gushed out. Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Ta! Lu Ming retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. What's going on? Don't tell me that everything I experienced before was just a moment. Lu Ming was shocked. That was because he was the one who had slapped the lightning cauldron. If that was the case, it was truly shocking. Let's exit and take a look. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited his sea of consciousness and looked at the bald man. The bald man was still breathing. He screamed again and again as the corpse chi corroded him. It seems that not much time has passed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that too much time had passed and he would not be able to make it back to the Burning Sun Empire in time. Amazing. That lightning cauldron is amazing. In just a moment, my lightning intent realm has increased by several times. However, this kind of thing can only happen once. It was too dangerous just now. Previously, Lu Ming had almost thought that his soul had been destroyed. Fortunately, he did not know why, but he managed to survive in the end. However, even if he could survive this time, he might not be able to do so next time. Unless he had no other choice, Lu Ming would not use this method to comprehend the thunder concept. If his soul was really destroyed, that would be an injustice. Now, can I start to form the thunder concept? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. It was the aura of the pure thunder concept. Of course, it only took an instant for the thunder concept's aura to be completely restrained. Condense. Lu Ming growled in a low voice. Buzz. Through Lu Ming's 3 divine meridians, the concept of thunder seemed to be communicating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the vast great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a great Tao of thunder that resonated with Lu Ming. Threads of intent appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, and then, these intent threads actually began to gather together. Soon, these intent threads gathered together and gradually formed a rune. It was a thunder intent rune. Not far away, the bald man was dumbfounded. He shouted in disbelief, condensing an intent rune and breaking through to the Martial King realm. He's going to break through to the Martial King realm. He could not believe what he was seeing. Previously, although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely powerful, it was mostly due to the fusion of 3 types of concepts and an extremely powerful heaven-level martial arts technique. A single concept wasn't very strong. The strongest thunder concept was still a long way from forming a thunder concept rune. However, it had only been a few minutes and Lu Ming's thunder concept could actually condense an intent rune. This was simply unbelievable. This, cheating, you're cheating. The bald burly man roared. In this situation, the bald burly man could only find the word, cheating, to describe it. Damn it, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm at this time. Damn it. The cold voice sounded again, but this time, it was filled with panic. Go to hell. A cold voice shrieked. More than 100 chains whipped wildly at Lu Ming from all directions. Boom. 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 However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky changed. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. An unimaginably powerful pressure spread out. This pressure was the pressure of the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was a necessary step for breaking through to the Martial King realm and condensing intent runes. Come on. Lu Ming suddenly stood up and his thunder mentality burst out. It was extremely rich and he turned a blind eye to the 100 or so chains that were whipping at him. Boom. 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 Whoosh. The next moment, the world lit up. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as an arm fell from the sky and struck Lu Ming. Along the way, the iron chains were struck by the lightning and broke apart. Ah! The cold voice screamed. Come on! Lu Ming roared. At this moment, an inch-long rune appeared above his head, shining brightly. Boom! Boom! Dozens of thunderbolts struck the concept rune above Lu Ming's head one after another. The concept rune trembled continuously as if it would collapse at any moment. But fortunately, when the lightning disappeared, the intent runes didn't dissipate. Instead, they shone even more brightly and became much more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his body go numb. A portion of the power of the lightning tribulation flowed through the intent runes and circulated throughout his body, tempering his physical body and true essence. Although the lightning tribulation was dangerous when one broke through to the Martial King realm, the rewards would be great as long as one could survive it. Boom! 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 In the sky, the dark clouds rolled and the rumbling sounds grew louder. It seemed that it was angry that Lu Ming had survived one round. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It seemed to be brewing an even stronger lightning tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He moved and rushed to the side. Around him, he could see a number of figures, most likely refined corpses. Lu Ming rushed over, and the tribulation cloud above his head followed him. The range of the dark cloud also enveloped the refined corpses. "Ah, kid, what are you doing? Get lost, quickly get lost." The cold voice screamed in panic. He, I'll let you have a taste of the lightning tribulation." Lu Ming sneered. The tribulation transcendence was a very wondrous moment. All living beings that were enveloped by the lightning tribulation would be struck by it. Moreover, the stronger the living being was, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation would be. However, the lightning tribulation that was directed at the person undergoing the tribulation was the same and would not change. Therefore, when others were crossing the tribulation, it was difficult for others to interfere. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, no matter how high one's martial arts realm was, they would not dare to help others cross the tribulation, because that would only bring trouble to themselves. Therefore, he could only rely on himself to pass the tribulation. At this moment, dozens of lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The number was double that of the last time. Chapter 475 Burnt to Charcoal. Half of the lightning was directed at Lu Ming, while the other half was directed at the refined corpses. Lu Ming controlled the concept runes and tried his best to resist. After a few dozen explosions, Lu Ming successfully blocked this wave of lightning strikes. The thunder concept runes became even more crystalline and dazzling. However, the refined corpses were in a much worse state. The refined corpse was originally an evil thing. It was most afraid of things of extreme yang like lightning and fire, let alone the lightning tribulation, which was its nemesis. After the first wave of lightning tribulation, at least 20 refined corpses were turned into charcoal. When the cold wind blew, they turned into dust and dissipated. Damn it, damn it! Little bastard, there are only 3 waves of tribulation lightning. Once the 3 waves are over, I'll tear you to pieces. The cold voice roared, full of heartache. It was obvious that these refined corpses were the corpses of the martial ancestor realm and above experts that they had killed from the illusionary sword sect and the other 2 sections. He had set up the 10,000 corpse array to refine an extremely powerful refined corpse. But now, more than 20 refined corpses had been destroyed, and the 10,000 corpse array had been broken. His heart was bleeding. Oh, really? Then let's continue. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed to the other side. There was also a pile of refined corpses here. The voice roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Boom! 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 Dozens of lightning bolts struck again. This time, the power of the lightning bolts was stronger than the last. Half of it was still aimed at Lu Ming, while the other half was aimed at the refined corpses. Block it! Lu Ming growled. He did not make a move to resist the lightning. He only controlled the concept runes to resist with all his might. Boom! Boom! One after another, dazzling thunderbolts continuously struck the intent runes. Every time they struck, the intent runes would tremble as if they were about to collapse. However, in the next moment, they withstood it again and became even more solid. After the lightning, the intent runes still didn't dissipate. They were crystal clear and had the color of purple jade. On the side, dozens of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. Little bastard, now that the 3 waves of lightning have passed, go to hell. The cold voice rang out. At the same time, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the refined corpses pounced towards Lu Ming. Among the refined corpses, Lu Ming saw a young man in a black robe. This young man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a cold light. Little bastard, I'm going to refine you into a refined corpse, my puppet, and fight for me for the rest of my life. The young man said in a cold voice. Oh, really? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the black-robed young man and the pile of refined corpses. Boom! 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 Above Lu Ming's head, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A terrifying pressure spread and seemed to be stronger than before. Ah! What was going on? Why is your lightning tribulation still not over after 3 rounds? No, no, quickly retreat. The black-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He screamed and retreated. However, it was too late for the refined corpses to retreat. With a loud bang, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky, even more powerful than before. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and unusually determined. He still did not make a move to block it. He used the concept runes to block it. The intent runes trembled violently like a candle flame in the wind. It seemed as if it would be extinguished at any moment, but it persevered. The intent runes have actually grown longer. After the lightning, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the thunder concept rune had grown longer. At first, it was an inch, but now it had grown a little. Usually, a newly condensed intent rune would be a level 1 intent rune. Level 1 intent talismans were further divided into beginner, small success, large success, and perfection. The average martial king realm martial artist had comprehended level 1 intent realm. The 4 levels corresponded to the 4 levels of the martial king realm. Low-tier kings usually comprehended intent runes at the beginning of the first level, and the length of intent runes was about an inch longer. The intent runes comprehended by lower-tier kings were at the first level lower tier and 2 inches long. And so on. In order to break through to the martial king realm, one's intent must first break through before one's cultivation could. Now, Lu Ming had yet to break through to the martial king realm, but his intent rune was already more than an inch long. This was extremely rare. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but the black-robed young man was roaring in anger. The wave of lightning just now had turned a large pile of refined corpses into charcoal. At a glance, there were at least 50 of them. The main thing was that the refined corpses had been too concentrated and had been wiped out all at once. My refined corpse. The black-robed young man screamed as his heart was bleeding. Don't worry, there's more, continue. Lu Ming laughed and rushed to the other refined corpses. In the sky, another wave of lightning struck down. The 5th wave. Usually, when a martial artist broke through to the martial king realm, there would only be 3 waves of lightning punishment. However, there was actually a 5th wave of Lu Ming's lightning punishment. The black-robed youth wanted to cry. Pai li pa la. After another round of lightning strikes, a large number of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. As for Lu Ming, he made it through in the end. The concept rune grew a little longer and was approaching 2 inches in length. You're a pervert, a monster. The black-robed youth roared. He was extremely agitated. His cultivation had reached level 3 martial king realm and he was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming with a single palm strike. However, he did not dare to make a move now. He was afraid that the moment he attacked, the lightning tribulation would envelop him and take him in with him. He roared in his heart. As long as Lu Ming was done with his tribulation, he would have 100 vicious ways to deal with him. Scolding me? Then let's do it together. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly took a step forward and rushed toward the black-robed young man. Little bastard, what are you doing? The black-robed youth was shocked and retreated frantically. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 2 steps. His figure suddenly disappeared and in the next moment, he appeared not far away from the black-robed young man. The cloud of lightning tribulation appeared above Lu Ming's head in an instant. This time, it directly enveloped the black-robed young man. No, no, no. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically as he screamed madly. Boom! 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 What responded to him was a sky full of lightning. This time, more than 100 lightning bolts struck down. Most of them were aimed at the black-robed young man. Moreover, each bolt of lightning was more than 10 times stronger than the one that was aimed at Lu Ming. Ah! The black-robed young man shouted madly as he tried his best to resist. However, when the lightning bolt struck, the black-robed young man was still badly burnt and gray mist kept coming out of his body. It was all corpse chi, scattered by the lightning. The black-robed young man spurted out blood and wailed. Block it! This time, Lu Ming did not simply use the concept runes to block. Instead, he held the long spear and sword into the sky, blocking half of the lightning. Bang! Bang! Bolts of lightning fell on his body. Lu Ming felt numb all over and his muscles kept squirming. Martial King Realm. Finally, the 6th round of lightning was over. However, the dark clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated yet. They seemed to be extremely furious and were rolling crazily, as if they were going to use all their strength to destroy the 2 ants below. No, no, how could this be? Why isn't it over yet? You can't do this, you can't do this. The black-robed young man was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He let out a terrified scream. However, the next moment. Boom! 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 The lightning struck. This time, the power of the lightning was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Boom! In the next moment, both of his bloodlines and the wind and fire concepts burst forth. Lu Ming held the spear and kept blasting at the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled violently with every bolt of lightning that struck him. His muscles and bones trembled as if they were about to be torn apart. Some of the thunderbolts struck the thunder concept runes, causing them to twist and shake crazily as if they would collapse at any moment. Hang in there, you must hang in there. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored vacuum flew out. However, it dissipated after being struck by a few thunderbolts. Then, the thunderbolts struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was struck and fell to the ground, creating a huge pit on the ground. However, the next moment, Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and continued to resist. Boom! Boom! After a few more strikes of lightning, cracks appeared on Lu Ming's body, and beads of blood seeped out. The 7th wave of lightning was too strong. Lu Ming was miserable, but the black-robed young man was even worse. He screamed again, and a large amount of mist came out of his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and smoke rose from his body. His body was almost shattered, and there were charred pits all over it. His flesh was a mess. Behind him, his body was almost split into 2. His bones and internal organs could even be seen. Those who cultivated evil martial arts were most afraid of lightning, and it was much more difficult for them to pass tribulations than other martial artists. At this time, they were naturally in a miserable state. However, the black-robed young man was indeed powerful. His vitality was extremely vigorous. He had managed to survive this. However, his injuries were extremely serious. He had almost died. When the lightning dissipated, he flew away with all his might. A resentful shout reverberated in the sky. Little bastard, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not a human. The voice disappeared, and the person also left. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the world returned to peace. Hoo. Lu Ming let out a few long breaths. The lightning tribulation became more powerful as it went on. By the 7th round, Lu Ming was almost unable to withstand it. Everyone else has 3 rounds, but I actually have 7. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Ming's concept runes were bright and shining like a crystal-clear purple jade. Most importantly, his intent symbol was actually 2 inches long. This was already the initial success of a first-level intent. The cultivation of intent of ordinary lower-tier kings was only at this realm. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, and his intent realm had already reached level 1 lower tier. If others were to see this, they would be scared to death. Not far away, there was really a person, the bald man. At this moment, he was not dead yet. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and shouted in horror, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He had cultivated for decades, but the concept runes were only an inch long. Compared to Lu Ming, there was a huge difference. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique at full force. At this moment, it was time for the final crucial stone inscription. After being tempered by the lightning, the essential qi in Lu Ming's body had been completely transformed into essential core. It was a 100% transformation. At the same time, the qi cyclone in his dantian began to spin crazily. The spirit qi between heaven and earth was gathering towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. However, this amount of spiritual energy was far from enough. Lu Ming waved his hand and piles of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. Explode! Lu Ming's arm shook and suddenly dash. Bang! Bang! At least 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and endless spiritual qi gushed out. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit qi was constantly being transformed into essential core. The essential core in Lu Ming's body began to increase rapidly and became more robust. Now, although Lu Ming had broken through to a higher realm, the amount of essential core in his body had not caught up. Now, he had to replenish his essential core. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the true war dragon technique to the 9th level. His essential core was extremely rich, and the amount of spirit qi he needed was simply too much. The 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were used up very quickly. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. He continued to devour and refine it. The essential core in Lu Ming's body continued to increase. The aura that he emitted was also becoming more and more powerful. This was the aura of a king. Just like that, Lu Ming finished devouring 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and took out another 20,000 pieces. He did it 8 times in total. In other words, Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 160,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. What a terrifying number this was. Not far away, the bald burly man was almost scared to death. He looked at Lu Ming with a dazed gaze and mumbled, "Freak, this is a freak. I shouldn't have listened to Thunder Palace Master's bewitchment to deal with such a freak. Thunder Palace Master, even if I didn't kill him now, you will die sooner or later." Ha! The bald man laughed. After a while, his aura rapidly weakened. He had died just like that. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Martial King, is this the Martial King realm? Too strong. The gap between a half-step king and a martial king is like 100,000 miles. No wonder people say that all those below the martial king realm are ants." Lu Ming could feel the vast and endless essential core in his body inside. His true essence was now 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, it was 100% pure. When it was activated, there was no obscurity at all. My physical body has also reached complete grade 6. Lu Ming realized that after going through the tempering of the lightning tribulation, his physical body had improved a step further. He had reached the perfected 6th grade physical body and was only 1 step away from the 7th grade physical body. The most important thing is the intent realm. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that a 2-inch long concept rune was floating quietly in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed at the air. Instantly, the power of lightning between heaven and earth gathered wildly in Lu Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, a long spear completely condensed from lightning appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The lightning flickered, and the air was filled with a burning smell. Even the air was burnt by the lightning. Buzz! Lu Ming waved his hand and the lightning spear turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the deep pit and above the clouds before exploding. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with lightning. First level thunder concept, initial success. So powerful. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. The Sun Army. The first level of Intent Realm was at the initial completion. That was the Intent Realm grasped by a king at the initial completion. Of course, it was powerful. However, Lu Ming had mastered it now. How strong is my current combat power? It shouldn't be a problem to defeat a Level 2 Martial King Realm martial artist. Lu Ming pondered. In the Martial King Realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was too difficult to fight above one's level. Moreover, those who could break through to the Martial King Realm usually had to go through at least 3 battles. In other words, any random martial king would have won 3 battles when he was a martial arts grandmaster. Even those who had reached level 4 or 5 during the Martial Ancestor Realm could not fight above their level after breaking through to the Martial King Realm. At most, he would be an outstanding talent among those of the same level. Those who could still fight above their level after breaking through to the Martial King Realm were definitely rare monsters. Lu Ming was now at the early stage of the first level of the Martial King Realm. With the true War Dragon technique, the fusion of 3 wills, and the 3 absolutes of the Dragon God, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat, or even kill, a peak second-level Martial King Realm martial artist. In addition to his thunder concept of level 1 lower tier, Lu Ming's combat strength would be even more terrifying. Level 3 Martial King Realm. I should be able to fight him, right? Lu Ming muttered. After all, the Martial King Realm was too unfamiliar to Lu Ming. He had not fought before, so he could not judge. If I can condense my wind and fire intent into intent runes, then my battle power will be truly strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. It had to be done step by step to condense the intent of wind and fire into intent runes. Buzz! The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the bald man. With a wave of his hand, he kept the bald man's storage ring. At the same time, a powerful devouring power erupted and devoured the bald man's blood essence. Qiu Changkong, Shui Chao, just you wait. This time, if I don't kill the both of you, I'm not a human. With a low growl, Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed madly towards the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the Burning Sun Empire. He refined the bald man's blood essence as he traveled. He didn't absorb the blood essence's energy and turn it into vital essence. Instead, he used all the power of the blood essence to improve his bloodline. The blood essence of a peak level 1 Martial King Realm martial artist was too rich. The 9 dragon bloodlines were being refined crazily. His entire body was shimmering with a blood-red light, and the 5 Esilavira chakra were constantly flashing with a Esilavira light, which was extremely dazzling. Buzz! After a long while, another chakra appeared in the body of the 9 dragon bloodline. The 6th Esilavira chakra. King level 6th rank bloodline. The 6th meridian cycle of the 9 dragon bloodline was light Esilavira at first, then its color gradually darkened. Finally, it turned dark Esilavira like the other 5 meridian cycles before it stopped. Only then did the bald man's blood essence run out. The bald man's blood essence had increased Lu Ming's blood meridian by an entire level. If a few more of them come, won't my bloodline be able to rise to the 7th or 8th level of the king tier? Lu Ming thought excitedly and then shook his head. bloodline, the further one advanced, the harder it was to improve. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level, there was a huge gap. There were many people with 6th level king class bloodlines, but there were very few who had 7th level king class bloodlines. Hurry, hurry! Lu Ming was on his way at full speed. However, he didn't use the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, because it consumed too much vital essence and wasn't good for long-term travel. Even so, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. The endless mountains and rivers swept past Lu Ming. He was like a bolt of lightning, flying across the sky. A few martial grandmaster powerhouses were flying in the sky when they suddenly felt a flash of lightning above their heads. What followed was a series of sonic booms. After that, a violent gust of wind blew in their faces, almost blowing a few martial arts grandmasters away. It's so powerful. What is that thing? It's just flying, but it's already causing such a terrifying aura. A younger martial arts grandmaster's expression changed. A king. That's definitely a king. And it's no ordinary king. It's too powerful. A white-haired old man said in a deep voice. The few of them gasped and looked in the direction that Lu Ming flew in with some reverence. Thousands of miles of land flitted past under Lu Ming's feet as he headed toward the blazing Sun Empire at high speed. However, this place was too far away from the blazing Sun Empire. Even with Lu Ming's current speed, he would need at least 5 days to get there. In the blazing Sun Empire, in the Mystical Sword Sect's meeting hall, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Crimson Cloud Valley, Hua Qi, and the others were all seated. However, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. This was because a few days ago, the Omnidirectional Sword Sect had suddenly sent out an army and launched a fierce attack on the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. For a moment, the alliance army of the Mystical Sword Sect, Hua Qi, and Crimson Cloud Valley was defeated and could not resist at all. The powerhouses of the major forces had also suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to continuously withdraw their forces. In the past few days, the Shifang Sword Sect's army had almost reached the Mystical Sword Sect. Now, the Crimson Cloud Valley had completely abandoned their mountain gate and all of them had come to the Mystical Sword Sect to resist the attack of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. How could this be? Why did the 10 Direction Sword School's military strength suddenly become so much stronger? Ling Patian, the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley, slammed the table and roared. Most importantly, there's an additional army in the army of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect. There are a total of 100,000 people. They're too powerful. Even the blood-red-scaled wolf army can't stop them. Hua Qi's eyes were extremely solemn as he spoke. It's said that the army is wearing a battle suit with a sun embroidered on it. It's confirmed that they are the Sun Army from the Great Sun Mansion of the Blood Zhao Empire. Lin Shui sighed and said. The moment he said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. It's really the Great Sun family's Sun Legion. But why would the Great Sun family send troops to help the 10 Direction Sword School? Ling Patian called out. Qiu Changkong is probably the only one who can make the Great Sun House send troops to help the 10 Direction Sword Sect. He's using his identity as an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, so the Great Sun House has no choice but to give him face. Lin Shui's brows furrowed even more. Qiu Changkong, how dare he? Aren't you afraid that Lu Ming will run away? At this point, Ling Patian stopped, and a bad premonition flashed in his eyes. The others were the same. Qiu Changkong dared to attack. Could something have happened to Lu Ming? No, Brother Lu is a genius. How can something happen to him so easily? Hua Qi shook his head in disbelief. However, the atmosphere was still tense. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was a fact that Qiu Changkong had led his army to attack. No matter what, we have to defend this place. Lin Shui gritted her teeth. At this moment, a figure ran in a panic and shouted, "Not good, sect leader." Qiu Wuyang, the sect leader of the Shifang sword sect, has already arrived outside the mountain gate with a group of elite soldiers. What? So fast? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Gather everyone and defend against the enemy with me. Lin Shui shouted, and everyone headed towards the mountain gate. Chapter 478 Arrogant. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect, they saw a large army with fluttering flags outside the sect. The army was divided into two groups. The first group wore golden armor and rode golden lions, looking like small golden suns. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. The Sun Army, this was the Sun Army of the Great Sun House. On the side of the Sun Legion, there were legions in blue armor. This army was the Shifang Sword School's most elite army, and there were about 100,000 people. The two armies added up to 200,000. They were so dense that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Their momentum was so strong that many mystical sword sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. The 10 Directions sword sect had used these two elite armies to break through and unexpectedly arrive in front of the mystical sword sect. Buzz! When Lin Shui and the others came out, a figure rushed out from the army of the 10 Directions sword sect. He stood in the air with an imposing aura. It was Qiu Wuyang, the head of the 10 Directions Sword School. Lin Shui, you're already at your wits' end. Hurry up and surrender. If you surrender, I might spare your life. Qiu Wuyang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Shui with disdain. Buzz! Lin Shui took a step forward and floated in the air, facing Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang, you just borrowed some external power. It's not a big deal. Lin Shui coldly said. Ha, Lin Shui, you're really naive. The winner takes all. You still don't understand this logic. You're really a blockhead. No wonder you failed. Qiu Wuyang laughed proudly. Lin Shui did not look at him, but looked at the Sun Legion. She cupped her fists and said, everyone from the Great Sun Mansion, the mystical sword sect has never offended the Great Sun Mansion. Why did you send an army to attack us? Ha, you didn't defend our Great Sun Mansion? What a joke. 3 figures flew out from the Sun Legion. Each of them was wearing golden armor and had an extremely strong aura. All 3 of them were half-step king warriors. The one in the middle was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was extremely burly, and he was the one who had just spoken. And NBSP, he coldly looked at Lin Shui and said, your mystical sword sect has a long history with my Great Sun Mansion. You just don't know about it. The old grudge he was referring to was the matter between Lu Ming and Yang Liuji. Naturally, Lin Shui did not know about it. She was stunned. Humph. The burly man sneered and continued, moreover, even if there's no old grudge between you two should be annihilated as well. Who asked you to offend the geniuses of the Ditian Divine Guards? The Ditian Divine Guards. It's really the Ditian Divine Guards. Qiu Changkong, is it you? At this moment, Ling Patian flew up to the sky and stood beside Lin Shui, shouting. Ha, that's me. At this moment, a figure flew out from the army of the omnidirectional sword sect. It was Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong's eyes turned cold as he laughed. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, the Blazing Sun Empire should be unified. You guys are so stubborn, you're just asking for your own destruction. Qiu Changkong, as an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, you actually used your personal power to mobilize the armies of other empires and start a war. You've violated the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. If this matter is investigated, you won't be able to escape punishment. Lin Shui said. Investigate? Ha, what a joke, just you guys. Even if you report me to the Empyrean Heaven's Divine Palace, who will listen to you? Who will pursue me, a genius Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guard who is at the peak of his power, just because of an ant from a small empire like you? It's ridiculous. Chiu Changkong laughed loudly, showing no fear. Detestable. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others all gritted their teeth in anger. But in his heart, he felt helpless. They knew that Chiu Changkong was right. They were just half-step king warriors of a few small empires. In the eyes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were nothing. Even if they reported them, no one would pay them any attention. Chiu Changkong, don't be so arrogant. Lu Ming is one of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. If he finds out about this, he won't let this matter rest. On the mountain peak of the mystical sword sect, Hua Qi shouted. Lu Ming, hee. I advise you not to have high hopes for Lu Ming. He's probably already gone to see the King of Hell. Chiu Changkong coldly laughed. Impossible. Chiu Changkong, you're fucking bullshitting. How could Lu Ming be in trouble? You're not dead, how could Lu Ming be? Hua Qi shouted. Hua Qi. Kill. Chiu Changkong roared as a cold killing intent exploded from his body. His aura was like a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. Half-step king, You've actually reached the half-step king realm? Lin Shui shouted in disbelief. At this moment, Chiu Changkong's aura was indeed that of a half-step king. It seemed that Chiu Changkong's cultivation had also improved greatly during this period of time. He had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm level 9, and he had also comprehended a trace of thunder intent. He was indeed a half-step king. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, Shen Guanming, Yan Quan, and the others all had ugly expressions. Chiu Changkong's cultivation had already reached the half-step king realm in such a short period of time. This was truly terrifying. Chiu Changkong laughed coldly and smugly. He looked at Lin Shui and the others as if he was looking down on ants. Finally, he turned to Hua Qi and coldly shouted, Hua Qi, how dare you? I'm a Detian Divine Guard, and you, a prince of a fallen nation, dare to scold me? You're simply courting death. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me in public to admit your mistakes. I can consider sparing your dog life. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Chiu Changkong, if you have the ability, kill me. It's impossible for me to kneel down and admit my mistakes. Hua Qi shouted coldly, not giving Chiu Changkong any face at all. You're looking for death. Chiu Changkong's eyes turned cold. His palm was like a sword as he slashed out. Whoosh! A sword of lightning streaked across the air and slashed at Hua Qi. Fast, so fast that it was impossible to describe. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others wanted to save him, but it was already too late. Eighth Prince, be careful. An old figure suddenly rushed out from Hua Qi's side. A vast aura rose from his body as he slashed out a blade light. However, the saber light was shattered like tofu by Chiu Changkong's sword light. Blood gushed out as the old figure was cut in half by Chiu Changkong's sword. Royal Grandfather. Hua Qi let out an earth-shaking roar. The person who had stood in front of Hua Qi was the last imperial uncle of the royal family. The last 9th-level martial ancestor realm expert had died just like that. The old imperial uncle had been standing by Hua Qi's side the entire time, so he had been able to save Hua Qi's life in time. Ah, Chiu Changkong, I'll fight you to the death. Hua Qi's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chiu Changkong. You, an ant-like thing, want to fight me to the death? Die! Chiu Changkong coldly snorted as another sword light slashed out. Buzz! This time, Lin Shui was prepared. The aura on her body surged, and a sword light burst out, slashing toward Chiu Changkong's sword light. Boom! There was a shocking boom, and then a figure retreated. It was Lin Shui. At this moment, his body was trembling. Everyone could see a deep wound on Lin Shui's chest, and blood was flowing out. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Qiu Changkong in shock. Chapter 479 Rather Die Than Surrender. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect and a half-step king, had been injured by Qiu Changkong in one move. Moreover, Qiu Changkong didn't seem to be using his full strength. Qiu Changkong's combat strength was way too terrifying. Everyone from the mystical sword sect was shocked. Don't think that you can stop me just because you're a half-step king. Let me tell you, you're just an ant in front of me. Qiu Changkong looked down at Lin Shui arrogantly. Lin Shui's expression was extremely ugly, and her figure quickly retreated. At the same time, Ling Padian also followed Lin Shui, and the two of them retreated back to the mountain gate. Activate the sect's protective array. Lin Shui shouted. Buzz! Buzz! As Lin Shui's voice rang out, the 5 peaks of the mystical sword sect, Qilin Peak, Azure Dragon Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, Black Tortoise Peak, and White Tiger Peak started to shake slightly. Then, a beam of extremely bright light shot out from each of them. The 5 rays of light gathered and formed a huge light screen formation, enveloping the entire mystical sword sect. Within the formation, endless sword qi swam, protecting the mystical sword sect. This formation had been destroyed by the Duanmu family from the inside during the battle at the mystical sword sect. Now, it had been completely repaired, and it was even more powerful than before. You want to stop me? Dream on. Qiu Changkong coldly snorted as his bloodline power appeared. At the same time, a combat sword crackling with lightning appeared in his hand. Slash! Die! Qiu Changkong shouted as he slashed out with his combat sword. A dazzling sword qi of lightning slashed at the mystical sword sect's protective formation. Buzz! The mystical sword sect's protective formation trembled slightly. With a flash of light, it formed a sword ray as large as a mountain. It flew out and collided with Qiu Changkong's sword qi. With a loud boom, the 2 sword radiances disappeared. Everyone in the mystical sword sect heaved a sigh of relief. With the sect protecting formation, it would not be easy for the other party to break through it. Detestable! Qiu Changkong bellowed in rage, wanting to continue his attack. Junior brother, let me do it. At this moment, a calm voice could be heard. Following that, Xueqiao stepped forward with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Qiu Changkong. Senior brother. It's great that you're here. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. Xueqiao nodded his head and turned to look at the mystical sword sect. His eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he said, "It's just a small formation, a child's play. Who can it stop?" After saying that, Xueqiao took another step forward and appeared in the sky above the mystical sword sect, looking down at the entire sect. Who is this person? Lin Shui and the others were worried. Boom! Right at this moment, Xueqiao's aura completely erupted without the slightest restraint. A vast and terrifying aura filled the entire mystical sword sect. When Lin Shui and the other half-step kings sensed this aura, their faces went pale. A king, this is the aura of a king, this is a king. Lin Shui shouted in shock, her eyes filled with shock. How could this be? Even the king tiers of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards have been mobilized. Ling Padian also roared. What? This was a king tier. Heavens, such a young king tier. We're finished, we're finished. The mystical sword sect was in an uproar. Countless shocked gazes looked at Xueqiao in the air. When he saw the expressions of the people from the mystical sword sect, Xueqiao only felt his entire body relax, and his heart was extremely pleased. He loved this kind of reverent expression. Just a small formation, break it for me. Xueqiao shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the endless power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth converged towards Xueqiao. 1,000-meter-long lightning sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down at the mystical sword sect. Activate the formation, defend with all your might. Lin Shui roared. Buzz! The sect-protecting array shook violently. Endless light gathered and formed a shocking giant sword, which blasted towards the thunderbolt sword that Xue Chao had slashed out. Boom! There was a loud noise, but this time, the huge sword formed by the mystical sword sect-protecting formation collapsed instantly. The giant lightning sword did not stop and continued to slash at the mystical sword sect's protective formation. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the mystical sword sect's protective formation collapsed. Bang! Bang! 5 consecutive explosions occurred on the Qilin Peak and the other 5 peaks. Smoke and dust filled the air, and wails could be heard. This was the explosion of the array base of the sect-protecting array. Those who controlled the array were either dead or injured. Countless people from the mystical sword sect were dumbfounded as they looked at Xue Chao with incomparable fear. Oh my god, the sect's protective array has been broken. It was broken in one move. How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a king? Countless people cried out in horror. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others all looked at Xue Chao, their eyes filled with fear. It was too powerful. In front of this power, they were just ants. Not only them, even Qiu Wuyang and the Sun Legion's powerhouses looked at Xue Chao with respect. A king had already exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Ha ha ha, what formation? He can't even block one move from my senior brother. Qiu Changkong laughed heartily. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for battle. Lin Shui shouted. What could he do at this stage? Only a battle. You guys want to fight me? You're not even enough for me to kill. How about this, I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender, I'll spare your lives. Who wants to surrender? Xue Chao sneered as he swept his gaze across the entire mystical sword sect. Some people's eyes immediately flickered, clearly moved. Listen up, people of the mystical sword sect. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. If we surrender, we'll be cursed for 1,000 generations. I'd rather die than surrender. Lin Shui shouted. The people of my Crimson Cloud Valley would rather die than surrender. Ling Patian also roared. The members of the imperial family will never surrender. Hua Qi also called out. Ha, good, very good. In that case, I'll give you a few days to consider. If you want to surrender, you can come out and find me. If you don't surrender when the time is up, I'll kill you without mercy. When he said the last sentence, a terrifying killing intent burst out from Xue Chao's body and enveloped the entire scene, causing many people to shiver. Surround the entire mystical sword sect and don't let a single person escape. Xue Chao ordered Qiu Wuyang. Yes. Yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded. Xue Chao then turned around and walked to Qiu Changkong's side. If Lu Ming is still alive, he'll definitely rush over once he hears the news. We'll give him a few days to come and die. Xue Chao said to Qiu Changkong in a low voice. Senior brother is wise. With master's arrangements, Lu Ming will be dead if he comes back alive. Ha, I really hope he's not dead and can make it here. Then, I'll kill his friends and family in front of him and make him regret offending me. Qiu Changkong said through gritted teeth. His face was filled with cold resentment. Lu Ming's arrival. They had surrounded the mystical sword sect but did not kill them. Their goal was to wait for Lu Ming's arrival. Furthermore, Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong both hated and feared Lu Ming. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Boom! 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 The Sun Army and the 10 Direction Sword Sect army spread out and surrounded the mystical sword sect. Xue Chao waved his hand, and a jade table and a few jade chairs immediately appeared. The tables and chairs were all floating in the air. Xue Chao was casually sitting on a chair. Qiu Changkong immediately took out a pot of fine wine and poured a cup for Xue Chao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xue Chao to drink while waiting. Lin Xue and the others had ugly expressions. The other party is using psychological warfare to force those with weak minds to surrender. This is an insult to us, Hua Qi said with a deep voice. The other party had a martial king and could easily crush them. However, they did not make a move. In their eyes, this was an insult to them. AI. Lin Xue let out a long sigh. Even if she knew, what could she do? His strength was inferior to others. Hold your position and wait for the situation to change, Lin Xue ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate, staring at Qiu Changkong and the others. After which, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged at the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. When I change my mind, it will be too late. Xue Chao's cold voice spread throughout the mystical sword sect as he drank. Countless people in the mystical sword sect had different expressions on their faces. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and did not fear death. Some people's eyes flickered and wavered. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere in the mystical sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender, I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted. A burly middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon from the White Tiger Hall. Damn it, after hanging out with the Duanmu family for so long, they've all become traitors. A gold-robed elder roared. Ha ha ha, good, I won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiu, make the necessary arrangements. He will be a member of your Shifang sword sect from now on. Xue Chao laughed. Yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded in agreement. I also surrender. I also want to surrender. At this moment, more people started to shout and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor! You damn traitor! Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that these people have left, Lin Xue said. Then, everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the mystical sword sect became even more depressing. The first day passed just like that. Other than the dozen or so people from the White Tiger Hall who had surrendered, no one else did. On the second day, the people's hearts were even more unstable. Some people were getting more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could bear it? Although Lin Xue and the rest knew about it, they had no choice. The third day. I surrender. I want to surrender. On the third day, someone finally rushed out of the mystical sword sect with a loud cry. This time, it wasn't limited to the White Tiger Hall. Even people from the other halls began to rush out of the mystical sword sect. There were bronze disciples, Esilavira disciples, and even elders. AI. Lin Xue sighed, as if she had aged a lot in an instant. Time flew by, and it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly exploded, and the number increased greatly. I surrender. The people who surrendered joined together. There were thousands of them. There were people from the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor. Ling Patian flew into a rage and wished he could rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered was still increasing. On the fourth day, nearly 4,000 people surrendered. On the fifth day, the number of people who surrendered decreased, but there were still about 1,000 people. On the sixth day, Xue Chao suddenly slammed the table heavily. It's been more than 5 days. Lu Ming is still not here. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead, Xue Chao said. Senior brother, why don't we wait for a few more days? What if Lu Ming is still alive? Chiu Changkong replied. He was fearful of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's take them all down first, then we can wait. Xue Chao said. Then, all right, we'll do as senior brother says. Chiu Changkong nodded. Buzz. Xue Chao stood up and took a step forward. Boom. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura burst out from her body. Who's going to fight the enemy with me? Me. Ling Padian roared. Me. And me. Shengguan Ming, Yan Quan, the other two half-step king warriors from the Mystical Sword sect in the Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some gold-robed elders, all responded. Their auras exploded and gathered together, stirring up a storm. Roar. With a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shui and the others. It was the golden-eyed blood corpse. Haha, a few mere half-step king warriors, and some ants who aren't even half-step king warriors, and you want to fight with me? You really don't know your place, you're simply courting death. Xue Chao sneered. You're just a dog. How dare you attack the Mystical Sword sect? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As soon as Xue Chao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Xue Chao and Chiu Changkong's bodies trembled violently as they exclaimed, Lu Ming. Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others also shuddered and shouted, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Everyone could not help but look towards the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. It was too fast. It was simply too fast. A moment ago, he was at least a few dozen miles away, but in the next moment, he was already right in front of them. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Good, we made it. Lu Ming's gaze swept across and he immediately felt at ease. For the past 5 days, he didn't sleep or rest. He rushed like crazy and finally arrived. Lu Ming, why did you come here alone? The other party has a king. Leave quickly and report this matter to the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui quickly called out. That's right. Lu Ming, you should leave quickly. As the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abused their power and mobilized the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Palace. As long as you report this to the higher-ups, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Hua Qi also cried out. The other party had a king. Lu Ming was no match for him. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was a member of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status was not something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would definitely take it seriously. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly and Lin Shui and the rest quieted down. Imperceptibly, Lu Ming had already gained great prestige in the hearts of Lin Shui and the rest. Lu Ming then turned to Chiu Changkong and Xue Chao and said coldly, You two trash. I don't think you're that bold. It must be the old dog behind you who ordered you to come. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.